People like you are labeled parasites. My brother's accusation pierced the air as I stood before him, his wife, and our mother. The weight of their condemnation bore down on me, a burden I could no longer bear. We're going to be living together from now on, so can you leave? Those words echoed in my mind, igniting a fury I could no longer suppress. I, too, am flawed, imperfect in my own right. Yet their unkindness only fueled my resolve. No longer will I endure their scorn silently. It's time they realized the mistake of underestimating me. With determination as my guide, I plotted to confront my brother and mother head-on. My name is Jessica, a 37-year-old office worker. 3 years have passed since my father's battle with cancer ended, leaving behind a final plea for me to care for our mother. It was this solemn promise that drew me back to the family home. But instead of gratitude, all I received were endless demands, as if my sacrifices were expected, not appreciated. I'm heading out to grab dinner with the neighbors. Can you spare some cash? She casually tossed the request my way. Make sure you have some money ready for tomorrow. It's my friend's birthday, and I need to get a gift. Her demands seemed endless. Our vacuum cleaner is ancient. We need a new one, the latest model, she insisted, adding yet another item to the list. Each demand felt like a weight pressing down on me, her temper flaring if I dared to object. Reluctantly, I found myself acquiescing to her desires. Managing the constant stream of requests became a chore in itself. To streamline the process, I made her an authorized user on a separate account, transferring a lump sum to cover her expenses. As a single office worker in my later years, I've dedicated countless hours to my career, resulting in a substantial income. Additionally, I've wisely invested in stocks over the years, building a significant nest egg. However, these details are kept from my mother, a habitual spender whose tendencies would surely drain my savings. Yet for now, her frivolous habits aren't a pressing concern. Unbeknownst to her, I diligently save while she continues to splurge. Our monthly expenses tally around $4,000, largely due to her extravagance. I recognize the wastefulness of our situation, but altering it proves daunting. I'm not prepared to sever ties with my mother, despite the financial strain. Conflicting emotions towards familial duty cloud my judgment. Is valuing family a facade, or simply a sign of vulnerability? The driving force behind my continued existence in this distorted reality is the pledge I made to my father. He was my beacon of integrity, hard-working, compassionate, and forthright. From a young age, I revered him, striving to emulate his exemplary character. Following his sage advice, start early, reap the rewards, I began stashing away funds during my student days, laying the groundwork for future investments. Even upon entering the workforce, I remained steadfast in my savings pursuits, eventually amassing enough capital to venture into the world of investments. Throughout this journey, I absorbed invaluable lessons on financial literacy, a legacy passed down from my father. Armed with knowledge, I navigated the complexities of investment with relative ease, reaping profits and avoiding major pitfalls. Similarly, I mirrored my father's work ethic, seeking his counsel whenever I encountered professional challenges. In the early years of my career, post-work drinks with my father became a cherished tradition, providing a sanctuary for candid discussions away from the tensions that sometimes brewed at home. While my mother's presence occasionally injected discord into our conversations, those moments shared with my father offered solace and clarity amidst life's tumult. Under my father's guidance, I flourished in my career, finding both success and a newfound sense of self-assurance. My passion for my work deepened, feeling a profound dedication to my professional pursuits. Despite remaining single, I harbored no regrets about prioritizing my career. Life unfolded in a familiar rhythm. While my mother's extravagant tendencies remained a concern, I chose to focus on my work, allowing her the freedom to indulge in her habits. Yet, amidst the demands of my job, my mother insisted on assigning household tasks, blurring the lines between work and home life. Determined to maintain equilibrium, I endeavored to balance both spheres of responsibility. Over time, I honed my domestic skills, mastering chores, and even refining my culinary talents. I viewed these endeavors optimistically, imagining they might one day serve me well in marriage. Nevertheless, the weight of my mother's expectations grew burdensome. I sensed the need to break free from the confines of this suffocating existence, yearning for a life unencumbered by her demands. Amidst the chaos of my daily life, the presence of my older brother and his wife only served to compound my troubles. David, my elder by 2 years, and his wife Lily, who coincidentally shares my age, began frequenting our family home more often. While their visits weren't inherently problematic historically, David and I never saw eye to eye. Our personalities clashed relentlessly. I embodied the conservative and prudent traits inherited from our father, while David mirrored our mother's impulsive and carefree nature. Since childhood, David's approach to finances mirrored his personality. He spent recklessly, devoid of any foresight or planning, living purely for the present moment. Yet despite his financial missteps, he possessed a cunning charm, adept at winning our mother's favor whenever he found himself in need of funds. "Mom, I truly appreciate all your hard work and dedication to keeping our household running smoothly," David would croon, effortlessly weaving his way into her good graces. "I promise to lend a hand with chores next time." With honeyed words, he effortlessly manipulated her, securing whatever his heart desired. Not only was David adept at charming our mother, but he also excelled in sports, particularly soccer, where his skills earned him admiration from the community. To our mother, David was the epitome of pride, a son whose accomplishments reflected positively on her. Basking in his accolades felt akin to receiving praise herself. Thus, it became routine for her to indulge his every whim, showering him with affection and gifts. In contrast, my strengths lay in academia, lacking the prowess displayed by my brother in sports. Consequently, from my mother's perspective, there was little cause for celebration in my endeavors. I appeared unremarkable, often overshadowed by David's achievements. In the eyes of our neighbors, I was simply known as David's sister. This dynamic fueled my mother's favoritism towards him, leaving me feeling overlooked and undervalued. Moreover, my close bond with our father likely exacerbated her preference for David. Despite our father's attempts at impartiality, my mother's partiality only deepened David's arrogance and hostility towards me. Our strained relationship only served to further entrench my mother's allegiance to him, perpetuating the cycle of favoritism and resentment. "Jessica, move. You're blocking the TV." "Why should I? I was here first. The anime I've been waiting for is about to start. Move from that spot on the couch." "What? You've recorded that anime. You can watch it later. I want to watch it live now." "Just move." David's self-centeredness was a common occurrence, his desires always taking precedence. Despite the blatant unfairness of his demands, our mother consistently sided with him. Even in moments of conflict or disagreement, she remained steadfast in her support of David. "What are you doing, Jessica? David's show is starting, so move and let him watch." "But I was watching something." "Quit being selfish and let him watch. You go back to your room, you're just in the way." Mother's scolding reverberated through the air, her tone sharp and unyielding. Left with no recourse, I retreated to the solace of my room, while David claimed the couch without a hint of remorse. As if to underscore her favoritism, Mother returned with snacks and juice exclusively for David, disregarding my presence entirely. In the absence of our father, such partiality towards David only intensified, leaving me feeling increasingly alienated. Growing up amidst this dynamic, it was only natural for me to distance myself from David. As we transitioned into adulthood, my first encounter with David's wife, Lily, left an indelible impression. "So, you're Jessica, David's sister," she remarked, her words dripping with disdain. "You're every bit as plain and unfashionable as David described you. It's no wonder you lack any charm." I was rendered speechless, the sting of Lily's words cutting deep during what should have been a joyous family gathering. While such comments might have warranted reprimand from other family members, David and Lily appeared to revel in their cruelty, leaving me with an instant aversion towards Lily. Her disdainful remarks became a recurring theme, tarnishing even the most cherished family gatherings from New Year's celebrations to Independence Day. "Jessica, we're the same age, yet here you are, still single. Have you ever even had a boyfriend?" Lily's taunts echoed through the room, amplified by David's chuckles of agreement. "No man would ever consider someone as ordinary as you. Jessica's always been devoid of worth, with nothing to offer," they jeered in unison, their words a harsh reminder of their disdain for me. In my father's absence, David and his wife seized the opportunity to demean me, with my mother offering no defense, only joining in their laughter. Consequently, every family gathering at our parents' home became an ordeal for me. Several years ago, when David was transferred for work, the frequency of these uncomfortable gatherings diminished, offering me a semblance of peace. However, his recent return brought back the unwelcome intrusion. Regardless of the season, David and his wife now visit every weekend, disrupting my routine and exacerbating the tension. You're still as unremarkable as ever, aren't you? Living at home at your age. It's simply unacceptable. Did you know they call women like you parasite singles? It's embarrassing to have someone like you as my sister-in-law. Their mocking words only adding insult to injury. David and Lily's harsh words strike a chord of truth within me. It's undeniably embarrassing. As the one who financially supports my mother's lifestyle, I find solace by retreating to my room whenever they belittle me. While they don't actively seek my company, I can't help but notice their outings with my mother. During these occasions, I hastily prepare and consume my meal before retreating to the sanctuary of my room, where I can work without much interaction with them. Yet the frequency of their visits only seems to increase with time, and each time, my mother treats them to lavish meals. Perusing the credit card statements, I'm taken aback by the frequency of their visits to upscale wine bars and barbecue restaurants. Moreover, I can't ignore the fact that most of the designer clothing they flaunt is purchased by my mother. It's a perplexing situation. My mother showers them with gifts and treats, and they accept it as their entitlement. The disparity between their indulgence and my own frugality weighs heavily on my mind. Finally reaching the end of my patience, I mustered the courage to confront my mother about her excessive indulgence towards David and Lily. Mom, you're spoiling David and Lily too much with all these fancy dinners. They both have jobs. Why don't you let them pitch in sometimes? My words ignited a fiery reaction from my mother, her face flushing with anger. Who do you think you are, telling me how to spend my money? How I treat David and Lily is none of your concern. Have you forgotten the favor of allowing you to live under this roof? Her words struck me like a blow, leaving me stunned by her audacity. It was perplexing how she could disregard all I've done for her, seemingly forgetting my contributions to our household. The only reason I remain in my childhood home is out of respect for the promise I made to my father, not out of any desire to be with her. It appeared that Mother had shared our recent disagreement with David and Lily as they arrived at the house a few days later with stern words. Jessica, it's time to face reality. The only reason you're still here is because of Mom's kindness. How could you betray her like this? People like you are nothing but parasites, Jessica. It's time for you to leave this house. Excuse me, you heard us correctly. We're going to be living here with Mom from now on. So, could you please make arrangements to leave? With a heavy burden weighing on my shoulders, the trio launched into a tirade against me. My patience waned as their words cut deeper. I'm no saint. There's no reason for me to continue being kind to people who treat me like this. It's too late for them to realize the error of their ways. In that moment, a plan for retribution formed in my mind against David, Lily, and Mother. I understand. If my leaving brings you satisfaction, then so be it. The couple's malicious grins only fueled my resolve. Remember your promise. If you're still here when we return, we won't hesitate to evict you. With determination coursing through me, I bid farewell to the house. Let's start anew, Mom. Yes, I'm thrilled. It'll be wonderful living with David and Lily. What a joy it will be. As they gleefully discussed their future, I retreated to my room, immediately setting out to find a new home. Opting for practicality over extravagance, I settled for an affordable apartment near my workplace, prioritizing safety and convenience. With the logistics swiftly arranged, I notified Mother of my impending move. In response, she wasted no time informing David and Lily. A week later, my relocation was complete, and it became clear that Mother's allegiance lay elsewhere. She embarked on a vacation with the couple, only returning in time for David and Lily's move into our family home. Soon after, Mother's voice crackled through the phone, laced with shock and anger. Jessica, what's going on? Where are all the furniture and appliances? Well, I bought them with my own money, so I took them with me, I replied calmly. Don't be absurd. I bought those with my money. Remember, you asked me to replace them, and I did. I paid for everything. Mother's frustration was palpable. You're mistaken. I've been using my own credit card for purchases, I countered. It seemed Mother had conveniently forgotten that the card she used was provided by me. But I let her accusations roll off me, ending the call casually. Eventually, Mother attempted to replace the missing items, only to find the bank account linked to her credit card had been emptied. A few days later, I received a call from David. Mom's credit card isn't working. What's going on? You're behind this, aren't you? David's accusatory tone sliced through the air, revealing his keen intuition. I simply took necessary measures, I replied, trying to frame my actions in a more positive light. His anger simmered beneath his words. You've been footing the bills all this time. Did you realize that every luxury, from fine wines to designer clothes, was funded by the sister you've belittled? So, unknowingly, we've been living off your generosity. David's realization hung heavy in the air. Exactly. How does it feel, David, to know your lifestyle was bankrolled by the sister you ridiculed? You two seem quite proud. Must be a blow to your ego, I remarked, deliberately provoking them. David appeared flustered, struggling to find a retort amidst his frustration. Why the hell would you do this? He finally exclaimed, his irritation palpable. Lily, who had been listening in, interjected with a pointed question. Why didn't you inform us earlier? Mom, does this mean you have no money left? Mother, caught off guard by Lily's accusation, stammered in response. I always assumed there was a substantial inheritance from your father. I'm sorry. While our father did leave behind some inheritance, Mother's extravagant spending habits depleted much of it, leaving little for us. It was this realization that prompted him to advise me to build my own wealth. I trust you'll find a solution. I've only followed your guidance, I asserted. Jessica, wait, we're not finished yet, David protested, but I refused to entertain further discussion, cutting ties with him, Lily, and Mother. Ignoring their pleas for reconciliation, I blocked their numbers. Subsequently, I received emails from both Mother and David, each pleading for assistance. Through these messages, a startling revelation emerged. David had resigned from his job under the mistaken assumption that he could live off our presumed family wealth. It was clear that his lavish lifestyle had left him with unrealistic expectations. Currently, they struggle to make ends meet with part-time jobs, their past extravagance now a distant memory. Their constant disputes only serve to underscore the stark contrast between their previous lifestyle and their current reality. Despite their pleas to move in with me, I remain steadfast in my decision to sever ties, choosing to ignore their messages and focus on my own path. Currently, I revel in the tranquility of my solitary existence. I've severed ties with David and Mother, content in the knowledge that I've honored my father's wishes. Focused on my career and financial goals, I am determined to expand my wealth through diligent work and strategic investments. As I steadily build my assets, I also intend to gradually delve into the realms of love and companionship, open to the possibilities of romance and marriage.
Get out here now! My wife's shouts jarred me from my tomatoes as I was staking up the vines. I rushed outside to find Renata standing stiff, arms crossed, glaring towards our front yard. What's going on? I asked. She thrust her finger. That's what's going on. I followed to see a dark blue sedan parked smack in the middle of our front lawn. Back left tire crushing Renata's lovingly tended marigolds. My fists clenched. We live far out, nearly a mile from our closest neighbor. Our little cottage sits tucked amongst sprawling gardens that have become Renata's pride and my quiet joy over a decade of cultivation. To find this vehicle intruding and despoiling our sanctuary, I strode towards the car, Renata on my heels. No driver appeared as we circled it warily. The windows were tinted dark, and something about its implacable presence raised my hackles. Renata trembled with fury beside me. The nerve! Parking here without permission, crushing my flowers. We'll sort this out, I assured, laying a steadying hand on her shoulder even as I seethed inside. We left a stern note on the windshield and continued our day, both rattled. The next morning we were dismayed to find not only the sedan still occupying our lawn, but a white minivan parked beside it. Unbelievable, Renata cried. It's like they're mocking us. As the days passed, more vehicles arrived to crowd our property. Sedans, trucks, vans packed our lawn and the lane leading to our cottage. They drove recklessly fast, crushing Renata's gardens and rutting tire tracks into my vegetable patches. We left notes, pleaded to invisible drivers, called the sheriff to no avail. Finally, exasperated, I planted myself behind our ruined carrot beds one morning and waited. Around noon, a slick black luxury car came bumping up the lane. A tall woman with short, no-nonsense hair climbed out, surveying my gardens with a critical eye. I stormed over. Excuse me, but why are your cars parked on my land? My voice shook with bottled frustration. She glanced at me coolly. This is Flitwick Company property now. I'm the regional manager, Jordan Flitwick. We've claimed this area for employee parking. Claimed? I repeated in disbelief. This is my private property. You can't just claim it. Jordan smiled without humor. Actually, we can. Our parent corporation has expanding parking needs which supersede yours. Progress demands sacrifice. My vision hazed red. Through gritted teeth, I growled, You need to remove these vehicles immediately. You are ruining our home. Jordan shrugged, utterly indifferent. Your little garden hardly compares to our corporate necessities. I'm sure you understand. With that, she dismissively headed back to her car, crunching more vegetable shoots under her heels. I stood shaking amongst the rutted remains of my squash vines as Jordan tore away without another glance. By the time I stomped inside, I vibrated with rage. One look at my thunderous expression and Renata blanched. What happened? In terse words, I relayed the confrontation. Renata listened, face modeling darker with each sentence until she matched me in livid complexion. How dare she? Renata burst out when I finished. She can't just seize our land. I won't allow it. I regarded my wife, normally so cheerful with her flowers and herbs, but her eyes now snapped with ferocious purpose. Grim determination welled within me, reflecting Renata's defiant glare. If this Flitwick Corporation thought they could simply annex our home, they had no concept of the resolve they now faced. You're right, I bit out. This isn't just about parking spots now, it's about defending what's ours. I thumped my fist against the counter. Somehow, we make them pay. Over the next few days, the parking invasion accelerated. Sedans, trucks, and vans crammed along our lane and sprawled across our lawn in haphazard angles. They left glass and garbage in their wake that I warily picked up each morning. Our cottage, once secluded, saw employees traipsing past at all hours, trotting Renata's mangled flowers under their hurried feet. We placed angry calls to the sheriff and Jordan Flitwick. The sheriff sympathized but claimed powerlessness without evidence of actual crime. Jordan remained utterly indifferent to our complaints. Be reasonable, she dismissed when I described her employees destroying Renata's decade of cultivation. The company generously allows spillover parking for local convenience. Any minor garden damages are merely accidental. I grit my teeth at her blatant lies. Does minor damages include full-size tire ruts carved through my vegetable beds? As I've said, progress necessitates small sacrifices, Jordan replied breezily. Our parking needs take priority over some hobby gardening. The line clicked dead before I sputtered out a retort. Furious, I recounted the exchange to Renata, whose complexion modeled darker than my eggplants. Wordlessly, she marched outside, emerging minutes later with an armload of broken flower pots and scattered seed packets. I followed her grim gaze to where yet another vehicle idled, back bumper crushing her herb planters against our cottage wall. Enough, Renata shouted, hurling the debris across the yard. We can't let this continue. I rarely saw my normally cheerful wife so angry. Her visage hardened with outrage and purpose. Rallying my own frustration, I nodded. You're absolutely right. We need evidence if the sheriff will act. Let's install cameras, discreetly. The next morning, we positioned tiny surveillance cameras around the property. Almost immediately, they began recording the ongoing invasion, enduring shots of oblivious employees trampling gardens, driving recklessly, dumping trash and cigarette butts. That first-day footage even captured brazen vandalism as two snickering men deliberately snapped Renata's trellises, heavy with ripening pole beans. Reviewing the damning videos with Renata that evening, we seethed with impotent fury. Look at them. Renata jabbed at the screen. They think they can just wreck whatever they want with no consequences. I regarded my wife's normally gentle features now taut with outrage, reflecting my own indignation. This transgression far exceeded damaged vegetation or property dispute. Our very way of life, the pastoral refuge we had lovingly nurtured, hung under existential threat from Jordan Flitwick's indifferent corporate boot. What recourse did two simple gardeners have against an encroaching conglomerate trampling cherished ground with neither permits nor permissions? I felt suddenly old and tired, clinging to a lifestyle being forcibly wrested away. With effort, I rallied my resolve. We'll keep documenting their trespassing. There must be some accountability we can leverage. Renata nodded, jaw set. We can't let them win. Our home and gardens are worth fighting for. The next week brought no respite from the encroaching horde of cars and employees. If anything, Our property became more congested by the day, with vehicles crammed wheel to wheel, choking our cottage in on all sides. My bean trellises collapsed completely under regular trampling, while Renata's herbs and sprouts were ground relentlessly into the dirt. We escalated to daily calls to Jordan Flitwick, who breezily dismissed each complaint. As I've repeatedly informed you, the company legitimately utilizes available land resources for parking overflow. Any garden disruption is purely incidental. Incidental? I practically shouted over the phone. Your employees are openly vandalizing our cottage. Just yesterday, someone spray-painted our front door. Alleged vandalism is hardly my concern, Jordan replied coolly. I suggest you secure your property if you have issues. With that, she hung up once again. I relayed the useless exchange to Renata through gritted teeth. She listened silently, fists tight at her sides and rage smoldering in her eyes. The final indignity came at the week's end when I emerged one morning to find our quaint wooden welcome sign vandalized almost beyond recognition. What had once read Declan and Renata's Country Cottage now dripped with black paint, obliterating our names under the scrawled moniker, Employee Lot D. Renata joined my side, crying out at the destruction. Then her gaze narrowed, focusing on two smug employees observing our distress from alongside a battered hatchback. They pointed mockingly, tapping ash off their cigarettes onto the paint-stained planks at our feet. Before I could react, Renata stormed forward, eyes blazing. How dare you? Do you vile people have no common decency at all? One man shrugged, smirking. Hey, lady, not our fault you built a tacky cottage on company land, his companion snorted. Should have known parking takes priority over petunias and vegetables. Too bad for your cute little gardens. They laughed derisively while grinding out their cigarettes onto our sign's charred remnants. Renata stood speechless with outrage as they ambled off, still chuckling. My wife's voice shook with fury. They won't quit until they've poisoned everything, will they? Grimly, I regarded ravished surroundings that had deteriorated daily under Jordan Flitwick's corporate siege. It suddenly crystallized that appeasing these vandals was not just impractical, but utterly impossible. Enough, I burst out. I'm finding Jordan right now and forcing accountability for this. She can't ignore such blatant destruction. I suited action to my words, striding back inside. Moments later, I returned triumphantly, waving a business card. Got her personal cell. Apparently her golf buddy Harrison is good friends with the Flitwick CEO. I smacked the card against my palm. Let's ensure Miss Regional Manager fully understands exactly who she's dealing with now. Renata nodded with quiet intensity. As I grabbed my phone, my wife pierced me with her gaze. Make sure Jordan knows that this isn't just about parking anymore. For us, her employees' vandalism and disrespect represent an existential threat to our cherished way of life. We absolutely will not yield our carefully cultivated property or dignity quietly into the night. I stepped outside with Jordan's number, queued up, prepared to unleash hellfire for the continual desecration of our property. Before I could connect, another vehicle came bouncing down the lane, weaving between haplessly parked cars before skidding to a stop, partly on my potato bed. Two more employees exited, laughing raucously and letting both doors swing out heedlessly into the surrounding vehicles. My finger stabbed the call button. When Jordan answered, I unleashed the pent-up frustration and fury of weeks' worth of documenting her employees' careless trespassing. I concluded my diatribe by shouting, "Your staff's outrageous disrespect and continual damage ends today, or I swear we will sue for everything your corporation is worth." Unfazed by my verbal assault, Jordan replied evenly, "While I understand this parking overflow may inconvenience your quaint lifestyle, all land usage has been approved by corporate lawyers. You have no legal grounds for complaints." I saw red. "Inconvenience? Your damned employees are openly mocking us while wantonly destroying property we've cultivated for years." "Alleged incidents on our legitimate land rights hardly warrant response," Jordan dismissed. "Now, if you've quite finished your little rant, I have real work to attend to." The line clicked dead again. I stood quivering for long moments until Renata touched my arm tentatively. "No luck with our polite appeals, then?" she asked with unsurprising resignation. I shook my head bitterly and relayed the useless exchange. We turned together to survey the cars now entirely choking our cottage from all angles like invasive weeds. Where could we possibly turn when the law itself favored corporate indifference over our helpless appeals? In that moment of despair, I wanted nothing more than to retreat inside our increasingly isolated refuge and shut out the hostile outside world. Only the solid determination still radiating from Renata kept me resolute. Suddenly decisive, Renata declared, "If pleading reason won't work, we'll just have to force accountability another way." Her brow creased with concentration. What if we increased surveillance, captured every single trespassing vehicle and disruptive employee? Could cumulative documentation legally compel action? Slowly I nodded, grasping her intent. If we record every incident, cross-reference them to license plates and employee ID badges. Why, yes, I do believe repeated evidence would pose liability concerns even Flitwick lawyers couldn't shrug off. My spirit rallied with flaming purpose once more. You're absolutely right. The time for politeness has passed. Let's install cameras across the entire property line. Make it impossible for those bastards to sneeze without being caught. I thumped my fist for emphasis. We can't let them trample over us any longer. It's time to push back hard. Eyes blazing again, Renata gripped my hand tightly. We'll beat them yet. No greedy corporation gets to demolish years of cultivation and memories so callously. This is still our land, and we will defend it. Over the next 2 weeks, we gathered damning evidence of the employees' continual trespassing and disrespectful behavior. The increased cameras captured countless incidents, vehicles tearing recklessly up on the lawn, crushing garden beds under their tires, employees trotting through the remnants of Renata's flower plots, leaving trash scattered amongst the wreckage, even multiple occasions of petty vandalism, like the 2 jerks deliberately backing over Renata's remaining herb planters along the cottage wall. We compiled the worst footage with vehicle IDs and employee badge numbers clearly visible, awaiting the moment we could slap Jordan Flitwick with irrefutable proof of her subordinates' misdeeds. The time came sooner than expected. I awoke one morning to find Renata already dressed, peering out the window with hands clenched tight at her sides. Wordlessly, she beckoned me over. I sucked in a sharp breath at the sight now greeting us outside. Our lovingly painted welcome sign lay face down in the dirt, split cleanly in half by what appeared to be axe chops. Scuffed trails showed it had been deliberately dragged there after the vicious demolition. As we rushed outside in dismay, a shiny sedan pulled up. The doors flung open, and 2 impeccably dressed employees emerged, openly smirking at our distress. "Well, guess you don't need that old wreck anymore," one jeered, lighting a cigarette and regarding our vandalized sign with mock sorrow. "Don't worry, the company will replace it with something nicer. Employee Parking Lot D has a much better ring, don't you think?" His companion guffawed. "Think of it as a free upgrade. Lord knows this dump could use some modernizing." Their raucous laughter echoed across the yard as they ground out their cigarettes onto the sign remnants. Renata strode forward, fairly shaking with rage. "How could you monsters feel so entitled to destroy anything you please? Have you no basic human decency at all?" The first man shrugged. "Hey, it's just a chunk of wood. Don't get so worked up over stupid stuff. You gotta move with the times, lady." With a last derisive look around our cottage, they climbed back into their car. As they peeled off across the lawn, the remaining sign piece caught under a tire and exploded into shards. Their fading laughter left nothing but heavy silence in their wake. I wrapped one arm around Renata as she trembled with helpless fury. Hot tears spilled down her cheeks. "Why?" she choked out finally. "How can they keep escalating like this? Why won't Jordan stop them?" Bile rose in my throat as I surveyed our demolished sign, the meaningless destruction somehow encapsulating deeper ruination. I cleared my throat. Because for them, this isn't about parking spots anymore. It stopped being about that long ago. Destroying our cottage piece by piece is just petty fun to these bored corporate monsters. I met Renata's tear-filled eyes, but we won't let them win. The footage we've gathered should be enough now to force accountability. One way or another, we will make this stop. Renata scrubbed the tears away, mouth setting in a determined line. She nodded firmly. "You're absolutely right. Enough feeling sorry for ourselves. It's time for action." I straightened my shoulders. rallying resolve once more. Let's make some calls. Time for Jordan Flitwick to directly answer for her team's misconduct. The next morning I called Jordan Flitwick. When she dismissively began her usual litany about necessary parking overflow, I cut her off mid-sentence. Stop. This isn't a courtesy call. After months enduring your employees' disrespect and outright vandalism, I'm taking legal action. However, I'm offering you one last opportunity to avoid a lawsuit. For a long moment, only stunned silence answered. Finally, Jordan replied with forced calmness, I believe you wildly overstate the supposed situation, but very well, let us meet this afternoon to address your concerns. I could hear the sneer underneath her measured words. 3 p.m. We have extensive documentation itemizing every single trespass and destruction perpetrated by your team. I sincerely hope you now understand exactly what reckonings you face. I hung up on her sputtering reply. Renata paced as I recounted the conversation. Her mouth twisted bitterly. So after all this time dismissing our complaints, now Miss Regional Manager scurries to discuss resolution? I nodded grimly as Renata continued. She needs to recognize our evidence leaves no more room for excuses or politeness. We will receive accountability for this devastation, or her precious corporation pays dearly for willful negligence. At 3 p.m. we opened the door to find Jordan's imposing figure filling our doorway. I wordlessly ushered her inside, where manila folders covered our small dining table. Her nose wrinkled at the overgrowth visible through every window. I crossed my arms. Surely all this mess exceeds even corporate guidelines? Jordan pointedly ignored my jab, adjusting her suit jacket. I assume you have prepared substantiations for these outrageous accusations? Despite her dismissive words, tension permeated her posture. I allowed myself a small smile, sensing the shifted balance of power. In response, I opened a folder, sliding over a photo capturing a shiny sedan deliberately spinning mud ruts across Renata's flower plot. The license plate and employee ID badge clearly showed the driver grinning recklessly from behind the wheel. I steepled my fingers. This seems an obvious example of deliberate destruction, wouldn't you agree? Jordan blanched. I watched realization first dawn, then spread across her face as she grasped her own vulnerability. My grin widened at her growing unease. For once, we now dictated terms, while Jordan confronted her worst nightmare. Irrefutable evidence itemizing her employees' federal crimes. Renata smoothly placed several more photos, showcasing ripped vegetation and tire tracks gouging holes throughout formerly pristine greenery. Her glare bore into Jordan's rapidly paling complexion. This documentation leaves no question about culpability or damages owed us. I calmly spun another photo across the table, depicting a pair of smug employees actively busting apart what remained of our wooden sign. And should local authorities view these willful destructions of private property, well, I raised one eyebrow meaningfully. Jordan sank into the chair behind her, all former smugness evaporated. The regional manager fumbled for empty threats against the damning proof arrayed before her. In that moment, I saw victory emerge from months of frustration. With mounting excitement, I leaned forward to press our long-awaited advantage home. I savored Jordan's dawning despair as her dismissive facade crumbled. Leaning back, I laced my hands behind my head. Well now, let's discuss our lawsuit's magnitude, shall we? The property damages alone likely exceed $500,000, and then pain and suffering compensation, of course, not to mention potential criminal charges. I let the implications hang menacingly. Jordan's pasty face now shone with perspiration. She licked her lips. Perhaps we could negotiate a discreet settlement arrangement? My corporation prefers avoiding negative publicity. I held up one hand, halting her panicked rambling. Here are my terms. Full financial restitutions for destroying decades of cultivated ground and vegetation. Secondly, immediate removal of all corporate vehicles from my private property, plus construction of a barricade to protect my land. And finally, I paused meaningfully. Your letter of resignation as regional manager for gross professional negligence and misconduct. Jordan shot upright, cheeks mottling with outrage. Now see here, those demands are outrageous. I will certainly not resign over some preposterous gardening complaint. Why, I have half a mind to countersue for extortion. I regarded her evenly across the table, then pulled one last document from my folder. I spun the heavy parchment towards Jordan and sat back, steepling my fingers. What? Jordan trailed off weakly as the elaborate filigree header swam into focus. She paled further until her face shone ghostly against her dark jacket. With a trembling hand, she turned the thick cardstock around, revealing an ornate calligraphy inscription. The Peterson Family Trust Board of Executives requests the honor of your presence. Below this, a handwritten note stood out sharply. Declan, I took the liberty of updating your outdated business cards. Let's golf Sunday. Harris Jordan's horrified gaze shot back up to meet my now openly gloating smile. You see, my old friend Harris holds controlling interest on the Peterson Trust Board, I explained breezily. They also represent Flitwick's single largest client, I believe. Why, if they severed ties, it could potentially sink your entire corporation. I paused to let fresh panic bloom across Jordan's face. So you see now why I'm confident we can resolve this situation to my complete satisfaction. I buffed my nails casually on my shirt. I prefer avoiding negative publicity as well, so let's keep this quiet, yes? You will provide everything outlined previously here. Slowly, Jordan sank back in her seat. She seemed to age a decade in seconds, her arrogant bluster entirely vanquished under threat of financial ruin. Her reply emerged choked and thin. You win, Declan. I apologize profusely for this entire calamity. You'll have your concessions by week's end. I nodded regally. Excellent. I'm so glad we avoided lawsuits. My friend Harris also sends his warmest regards. Unable to resist one final twist of the knife, I waved the Peterson embossed business card mockingly. Jordan merely moaned, dropping her face into her hands. True to her word, Jordan had all vehicles removed from our property the very next day. Their tire tracks remained embedded all across the lawn and vegetable patches, glaring reminders of the indignities suffered. But no more would uncaring employees traipse through, leaving trash scattered like confetti. Over the next week, landscapers arrived to erect a stately iron fence demarking our property line in no uncertain terms. Jordan emailed confirmation she had resigned from her regional manager position, though I noted she conveniently omitted exactly why. I decided against pushing the matter. The woman had clearly suffered sufficiently under threat of career implosion. A half-dozen gardeners commenced replanting the annihilated greenery. Renata directed them like generals deploying troops across a battlefield. In little time, fresh seedlings and saplings erased all lingering scar tissue until our cottage shone pristine once more, buffered by an imposing metal barrier against all future corporate incursions. The renovations complete, I signed for a final delivery notice, a nondescript envelope I brought straight to where Renata contemplated the resurrected gardens. Silently, I passed her Jordan's letter of resignation, along with a typed corporate memorandum announcing a sizable gardening reparation settlement now deposited into our account. Renata read both documents without a word. Finally, she raised glistening eyes to mine. We did it somehow, stood against an relentless tide that threatened to wash away everything dear. Overcome, she embraced me fiercely amidst our reclaimed sanctuary. Later, as dusk fell, I wound my arm around Renata where we sat together on the porch step. A lone owl hooted somewhere as fireflies drifted lazily through the fresh night air. Our shoulders touched gently, two weathered soldiers basking in hard-won peace. Eventually, I broke the easy silence. Who could have predicted how fiercely we'd need to fight for our way of life? When did simple living get so threatened in this world? I shook my head sadly. Renata sighed into the gathering darkness. It's the way of things now, everything accelerating faster and faster. But we reminded Jordan there's still power in moving deliberately, tending beloved things with gentleness. She trailed off, contemplating new seedlings gifted sunlight and space to reach for the sky once more. A moth fluttered ecstatically amongst the timid shoots and buds destined to soon erupt into abundant fertility. Quiet joy warmed me then. Joy and mounting pride for my bold, beautiful wife who spearheaded thwarting the corporate attack on our shared slice of heaven through wit and grit. When she spoke again, fresh determination resonated through Renata's voice. Our stand remains important, however small. Never yield personal places of peace to indifference. Together we safeguard more than land. We model valuing dignity and care itself. She covered my hand with hers then. No more words needed spoken in the gathering dusk. Together we sat sentry, surveying newly hallowed grounds, that called for nurturing hands and fierce, loving hearts to shelter them, thriving under stars wheeling slowly overhead. I had always believed in keeping the past where it belonged, but as fate would have it, the past had a way of catching up when least expected. At 30, I thought I had moved on, but seeing Leah there, on a street I had walked 1,000 times as a child, everything came rushing back. Leah's voice sliced through the air, unmistakable and laced with that familiar condescension. "Alex, is that you? What a surprise! I hardly recognized you." I pulled my hat lower, hoping against hope to avoid this confrontation. "Leah?" I acknowledged, my voice barely above a whisper, betraying my discomfort. She looked me up and down, a smirk playing on her lips. "Visiting your parents? How quaint. I thought you'd be too busy in your new, glamorous life to remember this little town." Her words stung, reminding me of the pain she had caused, of the life she had helped dismantle. "I make time for my family," I responded, trying to keep my voice steady. Leah laughed, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Of course you do, especially now, I suppose, with your husband working. Must be lonely in that big city life." The implication was clear, and it hit its mark. My first marriage, a chapter I had desperately tried to close, was being thrown in my face once again. Leah's eyes glinted with malice. "I heard about your divorce, Alex. Such a shame. Daniel and I are doing wonderfully, by the way. He's been such a rock." The mention of Daniel, my ex-husband, now her husband, was a low blow. I fought the urge to lash out, to scream at her for the homewrecker she was. Instead, I forced a smile. "I'm glad to hear that. Everyone deserves happiness, Leah." Her laugh was cold, devoid of any genuine warmth. "Oh, Alex, always playing the saint, but we both know the truth, don't we? You were never good enough for him, and now you're here alone." I looked away, unable to bear the weight of her gaze, the hatred and jealousy that had defined our relationship for years. "And what about you, Leah? Back in town because?" I trailed off, not really wanting to know, but desperate to shift the focus. Leah's expression darkened for a moment before she regained her composure. "Oh, we're just visiting. Daniel's job has been so demanding, but he's up for a promotion. Life is just perfect." The bitterness in my throat was hard to swallow. "I'm happy for you, Leah, truly." Her gaze softened, mistaking my response for defeat. "You know, Alex, it's never too late to start over. Maybe you'll find someone else, someone more suited to you." I nodded, unable to trust my voice. The encounter had drained me, reopening wounds I thought had healed. As Leah turned to leave, her parting shot was a poisoned arrow. "Take care, Alex. Try not to dwell on the past too much. It's not healthy." Watching her walk away, a mix of emotions battled within me. Anger, sadness, but above all, a burning desire for vindication. Leah might believe she had won, but I wasn't the same person I was when I left. I had built a new life, one that Leah couldn't begin to understand. And as I stood there, a plan began to form in my mind. Leah wanted to drag me back into the past? Fine. But this time, I would be the one writing the ending. Turning on my heel, I walked away from Leah and the bitter memories she embodied. It was time to face my demons, to confront the past, and reclaim my future. And as the distance between us grew, so did my resolve. Leah may have thought she had seen the last of me, but I was just getting started. The drive back from my parents' house was a blur, Leah's words echoing in my mind, a relentless reminder of the battle I thought I had left behind. I wasn't alone in my journey back. The ghosts of my past rode shotgun, each memory a sharp jab to my heart. As I entered the home I shared with Ethan, the contrast between my past and present couldn't have been starker. This was a place of love, respect, and mutual support. Everything my marriage with Daniel had pretended to be, but never was. Ethan noticed my troubled expression immediately. "Alex, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I hesitated, not wanting to bring the toxicity of my past into our peaceful home. "It's nothing, just ran into an old acquaintance in town. It threw me off a bit." Ethan's brow furrowed in concern, his voice gentle yet insistent. "Who? Anyone I know?" "It was Leah," I admitted, the name tasting bitter on my tongue. "Leah?" His confusion cleared as he connected the dots. "Your ex-husband's wife? What did she say to you?" The floodgates opened, and I recounted the encounter, Leah's barbs, her gloating, the way she wielded my past as a weapon against me. Ethan listened in silence, his expression darkening with each word. That's enough, Alex. She has no right to talk to you like that. You're not that person anymore. You're strong, successful, and most importantly, you're with me now. We're a team. His words were a balm, soothing the sting of Leah's venom. I know, Ethan. It's just hard, you know? She always knew how to push my buttons. Ethan's hand found mine, a tangible reminder of his support. Then let's push back. Not by stooping to her level, but by living our best lives. You said she's in town for a bit? I nodded, wary of where this was heading. Then let's invite them over for dinner. Show her how insignificant she and her opinions are to us. The suggestion took me by surprise. Invite them here? Ethan, are you sure? Yes, it's time Leah saw the real Alex, the woman I fell in love with, and it's time you saw yourself through my eyes, not hers. The idea was audacious, bordering on madness. Yet there was a certain appeal to it, a chance to confront my past on my terms, in my territory. Leah had always been about appearances. Showing her the facade of my life had cracked and revealed a stronger foundation beneath might just be the revenge I needed. Okay. I agreed, a spark of defiance igniting within me. Let's do it. Let's invite Leah and Daniel for dinner. Ethan's smile was all the encouragement I needed. That's my girl. We'll show them the true meaning of happiness, one they can only dream of. The days leading up to the dinner were a whirlwind of preparation, both physical and emotional. I found myself oscillating between anticipation and dread, wondering if I was inviting disaster into my home. Yet, as the evening arrived and the doorbell rang, I felt a calmness settle over me. This was my home, my life, and I refused to let Leah's shadow darken it any longer. Greeting them at the door, I was the picture of grace, even as Leah's eyes roamed, looking for cracks in my armor. Leah, Daniel, welcome to our home. I'm so glad you could make it, I said, my voice steady and welcoming. Leah's response was laced with false sweetness. Alex, thank you for having us. It's been so long. I was surprised to get your invitation. The night was set to be a battlefield, but I was ready. With Ethan by my side, I was armed not with weapons, but with the unassailable truth of my happiness and strength. Tonight, Leah would see the real Alex, not the shadow she had hoped to find. The dining room was set, every detail meticulously arranged, not for the sake of impressing Leah and Daniel, but as a testament to the life Ethan and I had built together. The air was thick with anticipation as we all sat down, the initial pleasantries giving way to an awkward silence. Ethan, ever the gracious host, broke the ice. I hope you both find the wine to your liking. It's from a small vineyard we discovered on our last trip to Italy. Daniel nodded, his demeanor polite but distant. It's very good, thank you. Italy sounds wonderful. Leah, however, couldn't resist a dig. Oh, Italy, that must have been nice. It's good to see you can finally afford such luxuries, Alex. Her words were designed to wound, but I kept my composure. Yes, it was a beautiful trip. Ethan and I have been fortunate to share many wonderful experiences together. The conversation shifted towards more neutral topics, but the undercurrent of tension remained palpable. Leah's eyes, sharp and calculating, missed nothing, while Daniel seemed increasingly uncomfortable, caught between his current and former wife. As dinner progressed, Leah's provocations grew more pointed. So, Alex, Ethan tells us you've been quite successful in your career. It must be a nice change from your earlier days. I could feel Ethan's gaze, supportive and encouraging. Yes, I've been lucky to find a path that's both challenging and rewarding. Ethan has been a great support. Ethan chimed in, his pride evident. Alex is being modest. She's not just successful, she's excelled. It's her dedication and intelligence that have gotten her where she is. Leah's smile thinned, her tactics failing to elicit the response she'd hoped for. Well, it's always good to see someone turn their life around. After your divorce, I worried about you, Alex. But it seems you've landed on your feet. The mention of the divorce, a deliberate jab, was Leah's way of steering the conversation towards more treacherous waters. Yes, the divorce was a difficult time, but it led me to where I am today. Sometimes what seems like an end is just the beginning of something new. Daniel, silent up to this point, finally spoke, his voice tinged with regret. Alex, Leah cut him off, her tone sharp. Daniel, why don't you tell Ethan about that new project you're working on? I'm sure the details would bore Alex. The redirection was blatant, an attempt to belittle my understanding and to isolate me from the conversation. Yet it was Leah who seemed out of place, her attempts to dominate the evening falling flat. Ethan, sensing the shift, leaned in. "Actually, Leah, Alex and I share everything, including details about our work. She has quite the knack for business strategy." The dinner continued, a battle of wits and wills, with Leah's attempts to undermine me becoming more desperate. Each barb, each veiled insult was met with grace and tact, not just from me, but from Ethan as well. As dessert was served, Leah's frustration was evident. "Well, this has been quite the evening. Alex, you've really outdone yourself. I must admit, I'm surprised." I met her gaze, my response measured but firm. "Thank you, Leah. We're glad you could join us. It's always interesting to revisit the past, especially with the perspective of time." The evening drew to a close, Leah and Daniel's departure leaving a palpable sense of relief in their wake. Ethan wrapped an arm around me, his voice low and comforting. "You were amazing tonight, Alex. Leah didn't stand a chance." As we cleaned up, the weight of the evening's confrontation began to lift. Leah's words, intended to belittle and provoke, had instead reinforced the strength of the life I'd built. The victory wasn't in outshining Leah, but in showcasing the unwavering support and love that Ethan and I shared, a stark contrast to the shallow and vindictive nature of Leah's provocations. Tonight was a reminder, not just to Leah but to myself, that the past no longer held power over me. I had faced my tormentor, not with vengeance, but with the undeniable truth of my happiness and success. And in that truth, I found the greatest revenge. The aftermath of the dinner lingered like a storm cloud. Leah's veiled threats and thinly veiled jealousy, a stark reminder of the battle lines drawn between us. Yet as the days passed, Ethan and I found strength in our unity, a bulwark against the tempest of Leah's malice. Our tranquility was short-lived. A week later, an invitation arrived, its elegant script belying the turmoil it represented. Leah and Daniel were hosting a gathering, and we were on the guest list. Ethan's brow furrowed as he read the card. "Looks like Leah's not done with us yet," he said, a hint of steel in his voice. I took the invitation, tracing the letters. "Are we going?" Ethan met my gaze, his decision clear. "We face this together, Alex. We'll show them that we're unbreakable." The night of the party, we arrived hand in hand, a united front. The atmosphere was charged, the air thick with anticipation and underlying tensions. Leah greeted us with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Alex, Ethan, how wonderful of you to come. I was afraid you might decline," Leah said, her tone dripping with faux sweetness. "Wouldn't miss it for the world, Leah," I replied, matching her smile with one of genuine confidence. As we mingled, it became apparent that Leah had laid a careful trap, hoping to isolate us socially. Yet, with each encounter, we navigated the room with ease, our bonds of loyalty and love an invisible shield against her machinations. Leah, watching from afar, grew increasingly frustrated. Cornering us with a glass of wine in hand, she launched her assault. "I must say, Alex, you've managed to surprise me. I never thought you'd have the nerve to show your face here after everything." I met her challenge head-on. "Leah, I've nothing to hide. My conscience is clear. Can you say the same?" Her eyes flashed with anger, the mask of civility slipping. "You think you're so clever, don't you? Playing the victim, just like you always do, but we both know the truth, don't we?" Ethan's presence beside me was a silent vow of support. "The only truth here, Leah, is that you're unable to move on from the past. You're stuck in a cycle of your own making." Leah's gaze flicked between us, her venom finding no purchase. "Oh, please, save your sanctimonious platitudes. I know what you're after, but you won't find it here." The evening wore on, Leah's attempts to undermine us growing more desperate. It was not until later, in a quiet moment away from the crowd, that her true intentions became clear. Confronting us in the garden, Leah's facade finally crumbled. "You think you've won, don't you? Showing up here, flaunting your so-called happiness, but I know it's all a sham." Ethan's voice was calm but firm. "Leah, this isn't a game. There's nothing to win. We're just living our lives, something you might try focusing on instead of obsessing over ours." Leah's laugh was bitter, filled with unspent fury. "Live my life? You've made that impossible, parading around, reminding me of everything I can't have." I stepped forward, the pieces falling into place. "Leah, you can't blame us for your choices. You're the architect of your own misery. It's not too late to change, to find real happiness." Her response was a scoff, the sound cutting through the night air. Happiness? With Daniel? You've made sure that's out of reach. But don't worry, Alex. I'll find my happiness, even if it means taking yours. The threat hung heavy between us, Leah's intentions laid bare. Yet as we left the party, Ethan's hand in mine, I felt an unexpected sense of peace. Leah's words, meant to divide us, had only served to reinforce the strength of our bond. The battle lines were drawn, but I no longer feared the war. With Ethan by my side, I was ready to face whatever Leah had planned. Her desperation was a sign of her weakness, not our vulnerability. And in that realization, I found not just courage, but a resolve to protect the life and love I had fought so hard to build. The days following Leah's party were a testament to the calm before the storm. Ethan and I, aware of the brewing tempest, fortified our resolve, a united front against the impending onslaught. Yet nothing could have prepared us for Leah's next move, a calculated strike aimed directly at the heart of our fortress. It was a typical morning, sunlight streaming through the curtains when the phone rang, shattering the peace. Ethan answered, his expression shifting from curiosity to concern, then to outright disbelief. He hung up, turning to me with a look that chilled my bones. That was Daniel. He's asking to meet me, alone, says it's urgent and can't wait. The request was unusual, laced with an undercurrent of desperation. What do you think he wants? I asked, the sense of foreboding growing. Ethan was thoughtful, his mind racing through possibilities. I'm not sure, but it's clear he's not acting on Leah's behalf. This is something else. Agreeing that Ethan should take the meeting, I watched him leave, a knot of anxiety in my stomach. The hours crawled by, each minute stretching into eternity, until Ethan finally returned, his face a mask of shock and anger. What happened? What did Daniel say? I asked, fearing the answer. Ethan was quiet for a moment, collecting his thoughts before he spoke. It's Leah. She's planning something, Alex, something big. Daniel's worried, said he can't control her anymore. The revelation was a cold splash of reality. Leah's vendetta was escalating, no longer content with mere social sabotage. What's she planning? The urgency in my voice mirrored the pounding of my heart. He wouldn't say or couldn't, but he's scared, Alex, scared enough to warn us. The conversation shifted quickly from speculation to strategy. If Leah was preparing to strike, we needed to be ready, to anticipate her move and counter it. The opportunity presented itself sooner than expected. Leah, in her hubris, underestimated the strength of our bond, the depth of our resolve. She launched her attack in the form of a lawsuit, a baseless accusation aimed at tarnishing my professional reputation, dragging my name through the mud. The news hit like a tidal wave, each headline a dagger aimed at my heart. But rather than cower, Ethan and I stood firm, ready to fight back with the truth. Confronting Leah became inevitable, a showdown she eagerly anticipated, thinking she held the upper hand. We met in a quiet cafe, a neutral ground that belied the war raging between us. Leah was the first to speak, her voice dripping with faux concern. Alex, I'm truly sorry it's come to this, but you left me no choice. You've been stealing from your company, and I had to expose you. Her words were lies, twisted and barbed, meant to wound. Yet I met her gaze, unwavering. You and I both know that's not true, Leah. This is about revenge, nothing more. Ethan's support was a tangible force, his presence a reminder of the strength we shared. You won't win, Leah. We have the truth on our side. Leah's confidence faltered, her mask slipping. The truth? Your truth means nothing. I'll make sure everyone sees you for who you really are, Alex. The meeting ended with no resolution, Leah's threats hanging in the air like a guillotine. Yet as we left, Ethan squeezed my hand, a silent vow that no matter what Leah threw our way, we would face it together. The lawsuit loomed over us, a dark cloud threatening to burst. But rather than wait for Leah's next move, we took the offensive, gathering evidence of my innocence and Leah's malicious intent. The days turned into weeks, each moment a battle in the war for my reputation. Leah's machinations became increasingly desperate, her attacks more personal, but with each assault, her true nature was exposed, her credibility eroding like sandcastles against the tide. As the court date approached, the weight of the impending showdown was a constant companion. Yet, amidst the storm, Ethan and I found solace in our unity, a beacon of hope in the darkness. Leah's revenge, once a fearsome specter, had become her undoing. Her attempts to destroy us had only strengthened our resolve, our love a fortress against her hate. And as we prepared to face her in court, I knew that no matter the outcome, we had already won. Our victory wasn't just in clearing my name, but in proving that together, Ethan and I were unbreakable, a testament to the power of truth over lies, love over vengeance. The courthouse loomed large as Ethan and I approached, hands clasped, a united front against the storm. Inside, the air was thick with anticipation, the weight of judgment palpable. Leah was already there, her posture one of confidence masking desperation. As the proceedings began, it was clear Leah believed her web of lies would ensnare me, tarnish my reputation beyond repair. Yet, with each witness, each piece of evidence presented in my defense, her facade began to crumble. It was during a recess, in the quiet of the corridor, that Leah approached, her demeanor a mix of anger and something akin to panic. "You think you've won, don't you?" she hissed, barely containing her fury. "Even now, you stand there, so smug, so sure of yourself." Ethan stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "This isn't about winning or losing, Leah. It's about the truth, something you seem to have forgotten." Leah's laugh was bitter, devoid of any real humor. "Truth? Your truth is a lie, a facade, but it doesn't matter. I'll make sure everyone sees you for who you really are." I faced her, my resolve steeling. "No, Leah, it's you who's being seen for who you truly are. Your actions, your lies, they've caught up with you. This isn't just about me anymore. It's about you and the damage you've done." Leah's eyes flashed with malice, her next words a venomous whisper. "You'll regret this, both of you. I'll make sure of it." But her threats held no power, her words empty and hollow. The battle lines had been drawn, and as we returned to the courtroom, it was with the knowledge that Leah's reign of terror was nearing its end. The verdict was swift, the judge's words a vindication of all we had endured. Leah's accusations were unfounded, her case built on malice and deceit. As the gavel fell, so too did the mask Leah had worn for so long. Outside the courthouse, the air never tasted so sweet, the sun never shone so brightly. Ethan and I embraced, a silent acknowledgement of the battle we had fought and won, but our victory was bittersweet, the cost of Leah's vendetta a reminder of the scars we bore. Yet, as we looked to the future, it was with the certainty that those scars were not signs of weakness, but of strength, of survival. In the days that followed, Leah's world unraveled. The exposure of her lies, her deceit, not just against me but others, became her undoing. Friends, allies, even Daniel saw her for who she truly was, a woman consumed by jealousy and hate. And as Leah's empire of lies crumbled, so too did her hold over those she sought to control. Daniel reached out, a gesture of peace, an acknowledgement of the pain caused by his inaction, his blindness to Leah's true nature. "It's over," he said, his voice tinged with regret. "I'm sorry for everything. I was fooled, blinded by Leah's manipulations. I hope one day you can forgive me." His words, while unexpected, were not what we sought. Our forgiveness was not his absolution. Yet we accepted his apology, not for his sake, but for our own, a closing of the chapter that had brought so much pain. Leah's downfall was complete, her schemes laid bare for the world to see. She had sought to destroy us, to tear apart our lives, but in the end, it was her own life that lay in ruins. As Ethan and I walked away from the courthouse that day, it was not with triumph, but with a sense of closure. We had faced the darkness, stood firm against the storm, and emerged stronger, our love the guiding light through the tempest. Leah's fate was her own making, a testament to the truth that the seeds of malice one sows will, in time, bear the fruit of one's undoing. Karma, it seems, had come full circle, and justice, in its truest form, had prevailed. The days following the trial felt like walking through a dream, the air around us lighter, the future brighter. Leah's shadow, which had loomed over us for so long, had finally dissipated, her power to harm us gone. Yet the true test of our victory lay not in the courtroom, but in the life Ethan and I would build from the ashes of this battle. Our resolve was put to the test sooner than we anticipated. News of Leah's downfall spread, her actions condemned by all who had once been in her orbit. But it was a chance encounter with Leah herself that would mark the true end of our ordeal. We saw her in the town square, a shell of the woman she had once been. Her eyes met mine, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of the person she might have been, lost to the venom that had consumed her. Leah approached, her steps hesitant. "Alex, Ethan," she began, her voice lacking its former confidence. I wanted to say I'm sorry, for everything. The apology was unexpected, her words hanging between us like a fragile truce. Ethan's hand found mine, a silent source of strength. Why now, Leah? After everything you've done? I asked, not unkindly. The curiosity was genuine. The path from vengeance to remorse was not one easily trodden. Leah looked down, her voice barely a whisper. Losing everything. It makes you see things differently. I was wrong, so wrong, and I'm sorry, truly. The sincerity in her words was palpable, a stark contrast to the venom she'd wielded like a weapon. In that moment, I realized the Leah standing before us was not the enemy we had fought, but a person, broken and seeking redemption. Ethan and we accept your apology, Leah, not because it changes the past, but because we all need to move forward, I said. The decision not just for Ethan and me, but for Leah as well. Leah's eyes welled with tears, the walls she had built around herself crumbling. Thank you. I don't expect forgiveness, not really, but I needed you to know. I'm going to try to make things right, somehow. As she walked away, I felt Ethan squeeze my hand, a silent acknowledgement of the closure we had just witnessed. Leah's apology, though unexpected, was the final piece in healing the wounds of our past. In the weeks that followed, Ethan and I focused on rebuilding, not just our lives, but the community around us. We volunteered, we participated, we became pillars in a town that had seen too much division. Our efforts did not go unnoticed. One evening, as we walked home from a community event, Daniel approached us. His demeanor was one of peace, his intent clear. Alex, Ethan, I just wanted to thank you for showing compassion to Leah, for everything you've done for the town. You've changed things here for the better. His words, a testament to the power of forgiveness and the strength of community, filled us with a sense of accomplishment. Thank you, Daniel. We all have the power to change, to make a difference. It's what we choose to do with that power that defines us, I replied, believing every word. As we walked away, hand in hand, Ethan and I knew that our battle had not just been about overcoming Leah's vendetta. It had been about proving that love, unity, and compassion could triumph over hatred and division. Our lives moved on, the seasons changing as they always do. But the love between us, tested by fire, remained unbreakable. We had faced the darkness together and emerged into the light, stronger and more united than ever. Leah's journey was her own, a path of redemption that would be long and fraught with challenges, but in her quest for forgiveness, she had given us all a gift. The reminder that it is never too late to change, to seek forgiveness, and to start anew. As Ethan and I looked towards the future, we did so with open hearts and a clear vision. Our love had been our fortress, our compassion our shield, and with these we would continue to build a life filled with joy, peace, and endless possibility. The war was over, but our story, our journey, was just beginning. In the silent crevices of my perfectly mundane life, the last thing I expected was my world to crumble on a lazy Sunday afternoon. The sun was high, casting a warm glow through the sheer curtains of our living room, where I sat curled up with a book I'd been meaning to read for months. It was then that Alara, my sister-in-law, chose to shatter the peace. "I'm pregnant," she blurted out, the words hanging heavy between us. But it was what she said next that sent a cold shiver down my spine. "It's Declan's." I stared at her, the book in my lap now forgotten. Declan, my husband of 10 years, entangled in an affair? With Alara? It sounded like a twisted plot from a daytime soap opera, not something that could invade the reality of my unremarkable life. "Marissa, you have to understand," Alara continued, her voice laced with a desperation that did nothing to quell the rising storm within me. "This wasn't supposed to happen, but it did, and now we need to figure out what to do about it." "What to do about it?" I echoed, my voice hollow. The audacity of her demand was almost as shocking as the confession itself. She was not just asking me to step aside quietly, she was asking me to dismantle my life, our family, for a mistake they made. "I know how much this hurts you, but think about the child. Think about what's best for everyone involved," she pressed on, her hands clasped together as if in prayer. I stood up, the need to put physical distance between us overwhelming. "What's best for everyone? Or what's best for you, Alara?" She flinched at my words, but the manipulative glint in her eye didn't waver. "Declan and we have a chance to make things right for this baby. Don't you think it's only fair?" "Fair. The word tasted bitter on my tongue. Nothing about this situation was fair. My marriage, my trust, my entire life was being bargained for without my consent. "I need to talk to Declan," I stated, cutting through her pleas. The resolve in my voice surprised even me. Alara nodded, her expression somber yet hopeful, as if she had already won. The confrontation with Declan was inevitable. I found him in his study, oblivious to the storm brewing just one room over. The moment our eyes met, I knew. The guilt was there, etched into the lines of his face, shadowing his gaze. "Alara told me," I said simply, watching as he struggled to compose himself. "Marissa, I can explain," he began, but the words sounded empty, rehearsed. "Explain what, Declan? That you've been having an affair with my brother's wife? That she's pregnant with your child?" The reality of the situation hit me all at once, a tidal wave of betrayal and pain. Declan's silence was all the confirmation I needed. The man I had built my life with, the father of my children, was a stranger. The floodgates opened, and with them a torrent of emotions I couldn't contain. Anger, betrayal, heartbreak. In the days that followed, my home felt like a war zone, charged with tension and unspoken regrets. I pored over phone records, credit card statements, anything that could piece together the timeline of their deception. The evidence was damning, a mosaic of lies that painted a clear picture of their betrayal. The decision to confront Declan with an ultimatum came naturally. It was either him or me. But as I stood before him, the evidence laid bare, I realized that the choice was no longer his to make. It was mine. "I want a divorce," I declared, my voice steady despite the turmoil within. The words felt like a liberation, a reclaiming of the control that had been stripped from me. Declan's reaction was a mix of relief and despair, a man caught between the life he had and the one he wanted. But it was too late for regrets, too late for apologies. As I watched him grapple with the reality of our situation, I knew that this was just the beginning. My journey to secure my children's future and my independence was about to begin, and with it, a plan to ensure that Declan and Alara would not walk away from this unscathed. The stage was set, the players in position. My next moves would be calculated, each one designed to protect what was mine and exact a revenge that was long overdue. The days following my declaration felt like navigating through a fog of disbelief and betrayal. I moved with a purpose, though, driven by a need to uncover the full extent of Declan and Alara's treachery. It wasn't just about confirming my suspicions anymore. It was about gathering the ammunition I needed for the battle that lay ahead. My search led me to a trail of digital breadcrumbs, text messages that were too intimate, receipts for dinners I never attended, and photographs that burned images into my memory I wished to erase. Each discovery was a blow, yet I cataloged them with a detached efficiency. If Declan thought he could deny the affair, I would ensure the evidence spoke loudly enough for both of us. The confrontation was inevitable. I waited for Declan to return from work, the evidence laid out before me like a prosecutor preparing for trial. The moment he stepped through the door, he sensed the shift. The air was charged with a tension that made him pause, a brief flicker of fear crossing his face as he noticed the papers strewn across the table. "Marissa, what's this?" he asked, attempting to mask his nervousness with confusion. "It's proof, Declan, proof of your affair with Alara. Did you think you could keep this from me forever?" My voice was calm, belying the storm of emotions raging inside me. He tried to stammer out an excuse, to plead ignorance, but the evidence was undeniable. "It wasn't what it looks like," he finally managed, a feeble attempt to deflect guilt. "What it looks like is that you've been lying to me." "To us?" I corrected myself, thinking of our children who were blissfully unaware of the crumbling facade of their family. The conversation spiraled into an argument, Declan's defenses crumbling as I countered every denial with proof of his indiscretions. It was during this heated exchange that the vile nature of his betrayal fully revealed itself. "You don't understand, Marissa. Alara, she's different. She understands me in ways you never could," Declan spat out, the words slicing through me with their callousness. "Different? By seducing your brother's wife, you mean?" I retorted, my voice sharp with scorn. "Is that the understanding you're talking about?" Declan's silence was answer enough. The man I once loved, respected, and trusted had been eroded away, leaving a stranger in his place. a stranger who prioritized fleeting pleasure over the sanctity of his family, his marriage. As the reality of our situation settled between us, a cold resolve took root in my heart. This was more than just a betrayal. It was a declaration of war. Declan and Alara had conspired to dismantle my life, piece by piece, and in doing so they had unleashed a side of me they were wholly unprepared to confront. "I want you out of this house," I stated, the finality in my voice brooking no argument. Declan looked at me, perhaps for the first time seeing the determination in my gaze. He knew then that there was no going back, no words of contrition that could mend the chasm between us. As he packed his things, the weight of his choices evident in his every move, I felt a strange sense of liberation. With Declan gone, I could focus on what mattered most, protecting my children, and ensuring they would never have to face the fallout of their father's indiscretions. But as I watched the taillights of Declan's car disappear into the night, I knew that this was just the beginning. My plan for revenge was taking shape, a scheme that would ensure Declan and Alara paid dearly for their actions. They had underestimated me, believing I would crumble under the weight of their betrayal. They were wrong. I was just getting started. With Declan's departure, the house felt eerily silent, a stark reminder of the upheaval my life had undergone. But there was no time for reflection. I had a plan to execute, a future to secure for my children and myself. The first step was clear: confront Declan with the reality of our situation and the evidence of his betrayal, demanding a divorce on my terms. I arranged to meet Declan at a neutral location, a quiet cafe where our conversations could remain private. As I waited, I rehearsed my demands, each word sharpened by the pain of his betrayal. When Declan finally arrived, his demeanor was one of resignation, a man bracing himself for the storm he knew was coming. "Marissa, he began, but I cut him off. "No, Declan, you've done enough talking. It's my turn now," I said, my voice steady. "I want a divorce, and not just any divorce. I want full custody of our children, the house, and a settlement that will ensure we never have to rely on you for anything." Declan's face paled at my words, the gravity of my demands hitting him all at once. "Marissa, you can't be serious. I'm their father. You can't just cut me out of their lives. The moment you decided to betray our family, you made that choice, not me," I shot back, the bitterness of the truth evident in my tone. "I've gathered enough evidence of your affair to make sure the court sees it my way." Declan attempted to argue, to plead for a more favorable arrangement, but I was unyielding. The time for negotiation had passed. This was about securing my children's future. As the meeting progressed, Alara's name inevitably came up, her role in our marital breakdown a wound that refused to heal. "She's nothing to me now. It was a mistake," Declan claimed, his words hollow. "A mistake that you're going to pay for," I retorted, my resolve hardening. "I'll ensure that your little affair costs you much more than you ever anticipated." The meeting ended with Declan agreeing to my terms, defeated by the evidence I held over him and the realization that there was no escaping the consequences of his actions. As I walked away, a part of me mourned the loss of the man I once loved, but a stronger part felt empowered. I had taken the first step in reclaiming my life, but it was far from over. The next phase of my plan involved exposing Declan and Alara's affair to those who mattered most. I started with my brother, Lucas, Alara's husband. The revelation was a blow, the betrayal by his wife and brother-in-law a double-edged sword that cut deep. Lucas's reaction was a mix of shock, anger, and heartbreak, emotions that mirrored my own when I first discovered the affair. "I can't believe she would do this," Lucas said, the pain evident in his voice. "And Declan?" "I trusted him. We both did," I replied, a shared sense of betrayal bonding us in our grief. "But we'll get through this, Lucas. We're stronger than their deceit." As the news of the affair and the impending divorce spread through our family and social circles, the backlash against Declan and Alara was swift. Friends and family members expressed their support for Lucas and me, while Declan and Alara found themselves increasingly isolated, their actions casting them as pariahs within our community. The public fallout was just beginning, but I took no joy in their ostracization. This was not about revenge for the sake of satisfaction. It was about justice, about ensuring that the consequences of their actions were felt fully and unequivocally. As I watched the pieces of my plan fall into place, I knew that the hardest parts were still to come. But I was ready to fight for my children, for my future, and for the justice we deserved. Declan and Alara's betrayal had ignited a fire within me, one that would not be extinguished until I had secured our victory. The aftermath of my meeting with Declan and the subsequent revelation to Lucas set off a chain reaction that seemed to engulf our entire family. The fallout was immediate and far-reaching, extending beyond the confines of our personal relationships and into the fabric of our shared lives. I had braced myself for a backlash, prepared for whispers and sideways glances, but nothing could have prepared me for the reality of watching my family unravel at the seams. Lucas, reeling from the betrayal, confronted Alara in a showdown that left no room for reconciliation. I heard about it from Lucas himself, who called me in a state of utter disbelief and pain. "She admitted everything," Lucas said, his voice a mixture of anger and sorrow. "I can't even look at her right now. How could she do this to our family?" His question hung in the air, a reflection of the incredulity we both felt. The betrayal by Alara and Declan had not just broken our marriages, it had torn apart the trust that was the foundation of our family. In the days that followed, the tension within the family escalated. Public revelations of the affair began to affect not just the personal, but also the professional. Declan, a well-known figure in our community, found his reputation tarnished as word of his infidelity spread. Clients and colleagues distanced themselves, and the impact on his career was palpable. Meanwhile, Alara faced her own set of consequences. Once a beloved member of our circle, she now found herself ostracized, her actions condemning her to a solitude she had not anticipated. The social ramifications of her choices were a bitter pill to swallow, and though I took no pleasure in her suffering, I couldn't help but feel a sense of poetic justice. As for me, the decision to inform our wider circle of friends and family was not made lightly. The knowledge of Declan and Alara's deceit had been a burden, one that I could no longer bear alone. The support I received in return was overwhelming, a testament to the strength of the bonds that still held, despite the fractures. One afternoon, I found myself sitting across from my mother, the matriarch of our family, as I recounted the events that had unfolded. Her reaction was one of stoic sadness, a mother's grief for the pain her children endured. "This family has seen its share of trials," she said, her voice steady despite the emotion I knew she felt. "But we've always emerged stronger. You are stronger than you know, Marissa." Her words were a balm, a reminder that even in the darkest of times there was a resilience within me, within all of us, that could not be broken. The days turned into weeks, and the initial shock of the affair began to give way to a new reality. Lucas, much like myself, was navigating the treacherous waters of divorce and betrayal, finding solace in the solidarity between us. Our conversations, once filled with despair, now carried a different tone, one of determination and hope. "We'll get through this, Marissa," Lucas said during one of our many late-night talks. "They may have broken our hearts, but they won't break our spirit." His words echoed my own thoughts, a shared resolve to rebuild from the ruins of our shattered lives. The path forward was fraught with challenges, but it was a path we would walk together as a family. As I lay in bed that night, the silence of the house a stark contrast to the turmoil of the past weeks, I realized that the fallout had only just begun. My plan for revenge was in motion, the initial stages set, to ensure that Declan and Alara faced the consequences of their actions. But there was more to be done, more to ensure that justice, in its truest form, would be served. The battle lines had been drawn, and as the dawn broke on a new day, I knew that the fight for my family's future, for my children's well-being, was only just beginning. As the dust began to settle on the initial shock and pain of betrayal, my focus shifted towards planning my next moves. The divorce proceedings were underway, a necessary step towards severing the ties that bound me to Declan, but my sights were set on a larger goal. I wasn't just looking to end my marriage. I was determined to ensure that my children and I would emerge from this ordeal unscathed, our futures secure. I pored over financial statements, legal documents, and any piece of evidence that could be leveraged in my favor. I had always been the one to manage our household's finances, a role that now gave me an unexpected advantage. I knew where every penny was, how it was spent, and more importantly, how to use this knowledge to my advantage. One evening, as I sat surrounded by piles of paperwork, a plan began to take shape in my mind. It was bold, potentially risky, but if executed correctly, it would guarantee a favorable outcome for the divorce settlement. The key lay in exposing the extent of Declan's deceit, not just his infidelity, but his financial indiscretions as well. I arranged a meeting with my lawyer, laying out the evidence I had gathered and outlining my strategy. "I want everything," I told him, my voice firm. "The house, full custody, and enough of a settlement to ensure that my children never have to worry about their future." My lawyer listened intently, occasionally nodding as I made my case. "It's ambitious," he admitted once I had finished, "but not impossible. You've done your homework, Marissa. This could work." Buoyed by his response, I left the meeting with a renewed sense of purpose. The next step was confronting Declan, not just as a wronged wife, but as a formidable opponent in our impending legal battle. The opportunity presented itself at a mediation session, a setting that felt sterile and impersonal, yet charged with the undercurrent of our shared history. Declan sat across from me, his expression one of resignation, perhaps even guilt, but I was past the point of caring for his remorse. "Declan," I began, my voice steady, "I know about the offshore accounts, the investments you made without my knowledge. I know about every financial skeleton in your closet." Declan's eyes widened, a flicker of panic passing over his features. "Marissa, Save it," I cut him off. "I'm not interested in your excuses. I'm here to tell you how this is going to go. You will agree to my terms, or I will ensure that every dirty little secret you're hiding comes to light." The threat hung in the air between us, heavy with the promise of exposure. Declan was cornered, and he knew it. The evidence I had against him was damning, enough to ruin him financially and professionally. "I'll agree to your terms," he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "You'll get what you want, Marissa. Just, please, keep this between us." I nodded, not out of sympathy, but as an acknowledgement of my victory. This wasn't just about securing a favorable divorce settlement, it was about sending a message. Declan and Alara had underestimated me, believing they could dismantle my life without consequence. They were wrong. As I walked out of the mediation session, a weight lifted from my shoulders. I had taken control of the narrative, turning the tables on Declan in a way he had never anticipated. But my plan didn't end with the divorce settlement. I had set the stage for a deeper revenge, one that would ensure Declan and Alara felt the full extent of their betrayal. The game was far from over. With the legal proceedings in my favor, I could now focus on the next phase of my plan. Declan and Alara had sown the seeds of their downfall, and I was determined to see that they reaped what they had sown. With the divorce settlement firmly in my favor, my thoughts turned towards the next stage of my plan. Declan and Alara had not only betrayed my trust, but had also upended the lives of those closest to me. It was time they faced the consequences of their actions, not just in the privacy of family circles or the confines of a courtroom, but in the full view of the public eye. The opportunity presented itself in a way that was almost too perfect. Declan, despite the scandal brewing beneath the surface, was set to receive a prestigious professional award, an accolade that, under normal circumstances, would have been a cause for celebration. Now, it was the perfect stage for his downfall. I reached out to a contact, someone I knew from Declan's professional circle, and arranged for an anonymous tip-off. The details of Declan's affair, along with evidence of his financial indiscretions, were leaked to the press, timed perfectly with the announcement of his award. The news broke on the eve of the ceremony, sending shockwaves through the community. Declan's once impeccable reputation was now marred by scandal, his professional achievements overshadowed by his personal failings. I watched from the shadows as Declan scrambled to contain the fallout, his desperate attempts to deny the allegations only serving to fan the flames of the scandal. Alara, too, found herself caught in the crossfire, her name dragged through the mud alongside Declan's. The backlash was swift and unforgiving. Declan's colleagues distanced themselves, his clients retracted their business, and the professional body that was to honor him retracted the award, citing ethical concerns. In a matter of days, Declan went from being a respected professional to a pariah in his own industry. But it wasn't just Declan's professional life that suffered. The public exposure brought renewed scrutiny to Alara's role in the affair. Her attempts to play the victim fell on deaf ears. Her pleas for understanding and forgiveness met with scorn and contempt. I received a call from Lucas one evening, his voice laced with a mixture of satisfaction and disbelief. "I can't believe you did it," he said, a hint of admiration in his tone. "Declan and Alara are finished. Everyone knows what they did." "It's what they deserve," I replied, my voice devoid of sympathy. "They thought they could destroy our lives and walk away unscathed. They were wrong." Lucas was silent for a moment before responding. "What now?" he asked, the question hanging between us like a shadow. "Now we move on," I said, my resolve firm. "We rebuild our lives for ourselves and for our children. Declan and Alara are no longer a part of our future." As the days passed, the fallout from the scandal continued to unravel Declan and Alara's lives. Declan's attempts to find new employment were met with closed doors, his name now synonymous with betrayal and deceit. Alara, too, found herself isolated, her social circle shrinking, as friends and acquaintances distanced themselves from her toxic presence. The satisfaction I felt watching their downfall was tempered by the knowledge that this was but a hollow victory. The damage they had inflicted on our lives could not be undone by their suffering. Yet, in exposing their actions to the world, I had ensured that they could not harm anyone else in the same way they had harmed us. As I lay in bed one night, the silence of the house wrapping around me like a blanket, I realized that this chapter of my life was finally closed. The battle was over, and while the scars of their betrayal would always remain, I had emerged victorious. My children and I could now look towards the future, our paths free from the shadows of Declan and Alara's deceit. In the aftermath of the public scandal, the landscape of our lives had irrevocably shifted. The exposure of Declan and Alara's deceit had set off a domino effect, culminating in their professional and social downfall. Yet, the true climax of our saga unfolded at a family event, a setting that once promised joy and unity, but now served as the stage for final confrontations. The occasion was bittersweet, a celebration tainted by the undercurrents of tension and unresolved grievances. Family and friends gathered, their whispers and glances betraying the unease that permeated the air. Declan and Alara, defiant in the face of their ostracization, made their appearance, a move that was both bold and foolish. I watched from across the room as they navigated the crowd, their attempts at normalcy crumbling with each step. It wasn't long before Declan approached me, a mixture of defiance and desperation in his eyes. "Marissa, can we talk?" he asked, his voice low, almost pleading. I considered his request for a moment, the weight of everything he had put me through anchoring my resolve. "What's left to say, Declan?" I replied, my tone cool and detached. "I know I've made mistakes, but I'm still their father," he said, glancing towards our children who were blissfully unaware of the drama unfolding around them. "I want to make things right." "Make things right?" I echoed, incredulity lacing my words. "You think after everything you can just walk back into our lives?" Declan faltered under my gaze, the reality of his situation finally dawning on him. Before I could say more, Alara joined us, her presence like oil to the flames of the tension between us. "Marissa, please," she started, her voice tinged with a feigned sincerity that made my skin crawl. "We all want what's best for the kids." The audacity of her words struck a nerve, igniting a fury within me. "What's best for the kids?" I snapped, turning to face her fully. "Was it best for them when you decided to tear their family apart? When you chose to betray not just me, but your own husband?" The confrontation drew the attention of those around us, the room falling into a hushed silence as the drama unfolded. Alara's face reddened, the shame and guilt finally registering in her eyes. Yet it was Declan who spoke next, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm sorry, Marissa. I truly am," he said, but his apology felt empty, too little too late. The moment was charged with emotion, the culmination of months of pain and betrayal laid bare for all to see. It was then that I realized no words could undo the damage they had caused. Their selfishness and deceit had not only broken our marriage, but had also fractured the family at its core. "I hope it was worth it," I said, my voice steady despite the turmoil inside me. because you've lost everything that mattered. With that, I turned away from Declan and Alara, their apologies and excuses fading into the background. The confrontation had not brought the closure I had hoped for, but it had reaffirmed my decision to cut them out of my life completely. As the event came to a close, I found solace in the company of my children, their laughter a balm to the wounds that still ached. Lucas, too, was a pillar of support, his presence a reminder that not all ties had been severed. The journey through the fallout of Declan and Alara's betrayal had been long and fraught with pain. Yet, as I looked towards the future, I knew that the worst was behind us. We had emerged from the ordeal stronger, our bonds fortified against the trials we had faced. Declan and Alara's downfall was a testament to the consequences of their actions, a harsh lesson in the price of betrayal. As for me, I had reclaimed my life, my dignity intact, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with a newfound strength and resilience. The chapters of turmoil and strife slowly began to close, giving way to a new beginning marked by healing and reconstruction. The aftermath of the confrontation at the family event had settled into a quiet resolve within me, a determination to move forward, not just for my sake but for my children's future. This final chapter wasn't about Declan or Alara, it was about us, me and my children, rebuilding from the ruins left in the wake of deceit. The transition wasn't instantaneous. There were days when the shadow of the past loomed large, threatening to overshadow our efforts to move on. Yet, it was during these moments that the strength of our family bond shone brightest. Lucas, ever the supportive brother, was a constant presence, his own journey of healing mirroring ours. One afternoon, as we gathered in my newly reclaimed home, Lucas and I watched our children play, their laughter a stark contrast to the somberness that had once permeated these walls. "You've done an incredible job, Marissa," Lucas said, his voice filled with admiration. "Look at them, so happy and unaffected by everything that's happened." I smiled, watching my children with a sense of pride and relief. It wasn't easy, but we made it through. We're stronger than we ever knew. Our conversation turned to the future, to plans and dreams that had been put on hold amidst the chaos. For the first time in a long time, there was a sense of optimism, a belief that the worst was indeed behind us. As the days turned into weeks and then months, the evidence of our healing became more apparent. The divorce settlement, once a source of contention, now served as a foundation for our new lives. The house, once a battleground of betrayal, had become a home again, filled with love and laughter. But it wasn't just the physical spaces that had transformed. I, too, had undergone a metamorphosis. The pain and betrayal had forged me into someone stronger, more resilient. I had faced my adversaries, fought for my family's future, and emerged victorious. The journey wasn't devoid of challenges, but each obstacle served as a reminder of how far we had come. The legal battles, the public scandal, the personal heartache, all were now mere footnotes in our story of survival and triumph. One evening, as I tucked my children into bed, their faces serene in the soft glow of the nightlight, a profound sense of peace settled over me. This was what I had fought for, what I had endured the storm to protect. Our lives were not defined by the actions of Declan and Alara, but by our own resilience and the love that bound us together. As I sat down to pen the final entries in my journal, the words flowed freely, a testament to the journey we had undertaken. I wrote not of revenge or bitterness, but of forgiveness and growth. Declan and Alara, once central figures in our lives, had become distant memories, lessons learned on the path to finding ourselves. The story I penned was one of hope, of the strength found in the face of adversity, and of the unbreakable bond of family. It was a story of new beginnings, of doors opening where others had closed, and of the promise of a future filled with endless possibilities. As I closed my journal, the final chapter written, I knew that our story was far from over. It was just beginning, a narrative of resilience, love, and the unwavering spirit of a family that had weathered the storm and emerged not just intact but stronger than ever. The past, with its pain and betrayal, was behind us. Ahead lay a horizon bright with the promise of new days, new challenges, and new victories. We were ready to face them all, together as a family reborn in the aftermath of adversity, our spirits unbroken, our futures unwaveringly bright. I had always believed in keeping the past where it belonged, but as fate would have it, the past had a way of catching up when least expected. At 30, I thought I had moved on, but seeing Leah there, on a street I had walked 1,000 times as a child, everything came rushing back. Leah's voice sliced through the air, unmistakable and laced with that familiar condescension. "Alex, is that you? What a surprise! I hardly recognized you." I pulled my hat lower, hoping against hope to avoid this confrontation. "Leah?" I acknowledged, my voice barely above a whisper, betraying my discomfort. She looked me up and down, a smirk playing on her lips. "Visiting your parents? How quaint. I thought you'd be too busy in your new glamorous life to remember this little town." Her words stung, reminding me of the pain she had caused, of the life she had helped dismantle. "I make time for my family," I responded, trying to keep my voice steady. Leah laughed, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Of course you do, especially now, I suppose, with your husband working. Must be lonely in that big city life." The implication was clear, and it hit its mark. My first marriage, a chapter I had desperately tried to close, was being thrown in my face once again. Leah's eyes glinted with malice. "I heard about your divorce, Alex. Such a shame. Daniel and I are doing wonderfully, by the way. He's been such a rock." The mention of Daniel, my ex-husband, now her husband, was a low blow. I fought the urge to lash out, to scream at her for the homewrecker she was. Instead, I forced a smile. "I'm glad to hear that. Everyone deserves happiness, Leah." Her laugh was cold, devoid of any genuine warmth. "Oh, Alex, always playing the saint, but we both know the truth, don't we? You were never good enough for him, and now you're here alone." I looked away, unable to bear the weight of her gaze, the hatred and jealousy that had defined our relationship for years. "And what about you, Leah? Back in town because?" I trailed off, not really wanting to know, but desperate to shift the focus. Leah's expression darkened for a moment before she regained her composure. "Oh, we're just visiting. Daniel's job has been so demanding, but he's up for a promotion. Life is just perfect." The bitterness in my throat was hard to swallow. "I'm happy for you, Leah, truly." Her gaze softened, mistaking my response for defeat. "You know, Alex, it's never too late to start over. Maybe you'll find someone else, someone more suited to you." I nodded, unable to trust my voice. The encounter had drained me, reopening wounds I thought had healed. As Leah turned to leave, her parting shot was a poisoned arrow. "Take care, Alex. Try not to dwell on the past too much. It's not healthy." Watching her walk away, a mix of emotions battled within me. Anger, sadness, but above all, a burning desire for vindication. Leah might believe she had won, but I wasn't the same person I was when I left. I had built a new life, one that Leah couldn't begin to understand. And as I stood there, a plan began to form in my mind. Leah wanted to drag me back into the past? Fine. But this time, I would be the one writing the ending. Turning on my heel, I walked away from Leah and the bitter memories she embodied. It was time to face my demons, to confront the past, and reclaim my future. And as the distance between us grew, so did my resolve. Leah may have thought she had seen the last of me, but I was just getting started. The drive back from my parents' house was a blur, Leah's words echoing in my mind, a relentless reminder of the battle I thought I had left behind. I wasn't alone in my journey back. The ghosts of my past rode shotgun, each memory a sharp jab to my heart. As I entered the home I shared with Ethan, the contrast between my past and present couldn't have been starker. This was a place of love, respect, and mutual support. Everything my marriage with Daniel had pretended to be, but never was. Ethan noticed my troubled expression immediately. "Alex, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I hesitated, not wanting to bring the toxicity of my past into our peaceful home. "It's nothing, just ran into an old acquaintance in town. It threw me off a bit." Ethan's brow furrowed in concern, his voice gentle yet insistent. "Who? Anyone I know?" "It was Leah," I admitted, the name tasting bitter on my tongue. "Leah?" His confusion cleared as he connected the dots. "Your ex-husband's wife? What did she say to you?" The floodgates opened, and I recounted the encounter. Leah's barbs, her gloating, the way she wielded my past as a weapon against me. Ethan listened in silence, his expression darkening with each word. "That's enough, Alex. She has no right to talk to you like that. You're not that person anymore. You're strong, successful, and most importantly, you're with me now. We're a team." His words were a balm, soothing the sting of Leah's venom. "I know, Ethan. It's just hard, you know? She always knew how to push my buttons. Ethan's hand found mine, a tangible reminder of his support. Then let's push back. Not by stooping to her level, but by living our best lives. You said she's in town for a bit? I nodded, wary of where this was heading. Then let's invite them over for dinner. Show her how insignificant she and her opinions are to us. The suggestion took me by surprise. Invite them here? Ethan, are you sure? Yes, it's time Leah saw the real Alex, the woman I fell in love with, and it's time you saw yourself through my eyes, not hers. The idea was audacious, bordering on madness. Yet there was a certain appeal to it, a chance to confront my past on my terms, in my territory. Leah had always been about appearances. Showing her the facade of my life had cracked and revealed a stronger foundation beneath might just be the revenge I needed. Okay. I agreed, a spark of defiance igniting within me. Let's do it. Let's invite Leah and Daniel for dinner. Ethan's smile was all the encouragement I needed. That's my girl. We'll show them the true meaning of happiness, one they can only dream of. The days leading up to the dinner were a whirlwind of preparation, both physical and emotional. I found myself oscillating between anticipation and dread, wondering if I was inviting disaster into my home. Yet, as the evening arrived and the doorbell rang, I felt a calmness settle over me. This was my home, my life, and I refused to let Leah's shadow darken it any longer. Greeting them at the door, I was the picture of grace, even as Leah's eyes roamed, looking for cracks in my armor. Leah, Daniel, welcome to our home. I'm so glad you could make it, I said, my voice steady and welcoming. Leah's response was laced with false sweetness. Alex, thank you for having us. It's been so long. I was surprised to get your invitation. The night was set to be a battlefield, but I was ready. With Ethan by my side, I was armed not with weapons, but with the unassailable truth of my happiness and strength. Tonight, Leah would see the real Alex, not the shadow she had hoped to find. The dining room was set, every detail meticulously arranged, not for the sake of impressing Leah and Daniel, but as a testament to the life Ethan and I had built together. The air was thick with anticipation as we all sat down, the initial pleasantries giving way to an awkward silence. Ethan, ever the gracious host, broke the ice. I hope you both find the wine to your liking. It's from a small vineyard we discovered on our last trip to Italy. Daniel nodded, his demeanor polite but distant. It's very good, thank you. Italy sounds wonderful. Leah, however, couldn't resist a dig. Oh, Italy, that must have been nice. It's good to see you can finally afford such luxuries, Alex. Her words were designed to wound, but I kept my composure. Yes, it was a beautiful trip. Ethan and I have been fortunate to share many wonderful experiences together. The conversation shifted towards more neutral topics, but the undercurrent of tension remained palpable. Leah's eyes, sharp and calculating, missed nothing, while Daniel seemed increasingly uncomfortable, caught between his current and former wife. As dinner progressed, Leah's provocations grew more pointed. So, Alex, Ethan tells us you've been quite successful in your career. It must be a nice change from your earlier days. I could feel Ethan's gaze, supportive and encouraging. Yes, I've been lucky to find a path that's both challenging and rewarding. Ethan has been a great support. Ethan chimed in, his pride evident. Alex is being modest. She's not just successful, she's excelled. It's her dedication and intelligence that have gotten her where she is. Leah's smile thinned, her tactics failing to elicit the response she'd hoped for. Well, it's always good to see someone turn their life around. After your divorce, I worried about you, Alex. But it seems you've landed on your feet. The mention of the divorce, a deliberate jab, was Leah's way of steering the conversation towards more treacherous waters. Yes, the divorce was a difficult time, but it led me to where I am today. Sometimes what seems like an end is just the beginning of something new. Daniel, silent up to this point, finally spoke, his voice tinged with regret. Alex, Leah cut him off, her tone sharp. Daniel, why don't you tell Ethan about that new project you're working on? I'm sure the details would bore Alex. The redirection was blatant, an attempt to belittle my understanding and to isolate me from the conversation. Yet it was Leah who seemed out of place, her attempts to dominate the evening falling flat. Ethan, sensing the shift, leaned in. Actually, Leah, Alex and I share everything, including details about our work. She has quite the knack for business strategy. The dinner continued, a battle of wits and wills, with Leah's attempts to undermine me becoming more desperate. Each barb, each veiled insult was met with grace and tact, not just from me, but from Ethan as well. As dessert was served, Leah's frustration was evident. "Well, this has been quite the evening. Alex, you've really outdone yourself. I must admit, I'm surprised." I met her gaze, my response measured but firm. "Thank you, Leah. We're glad you could join us. It's always interesting to revisit the past, especially with the perspective of time." The evening drew to a close, Leah and Daniel's departure leaving a palpable sense of relief in their wake. Ethan wrapped an arm around me, his voice low and comforting. "You were amazing tonight, Alex. Leah didn't stand a chance." As we cleaned up, the weight of the evening's confrontation began to lift. Leah's words, intended to belittle and provoke, had instead reinforced the strength of the life I'd built. The victory wasn't in outshining Leah, but in showcasing the unwavering support and love that Ethan and I shared, a stark contrast to the shallow and vindictive nature of Leah's provocations. Tonight was a reminder, not just to Leah but to myself, that the past no longer held power over me. I had faced my tormentor, not with vengeance, but with the undeniable truth of my happiness and success. And in that truth, I found the greatest revenge. The aftermath of the dinner lingered like a storm cloud. Leah's veiled threats and thinly veiled jealousy, a stark reminder of the battle lines drawn between us. Yet as the days passed, Ethan and I found strength in our unity, a bulwark against the tempest of Leah's malice. Our tranquility was short-lived. A week later, an invitation arrived, its elegant script belying the turmoil it represented. Leah and Daniel were hosting a gathering, and we were on the guest list. Ethan's brow furrowed as he read the card. "Looks like Leah's not done with us yet," he said, a hint of steel in his voice. I took the invitation, tracing the letters. "Are we going?" Ethan met my gaze, his decision clear. "We face this together, Alex. We'll show them that we're unbreakable." The night of the party, we arrived hand in hand, a united front. The atmosphere was charged, the air thick with anticipation and underlying tensions. Leah greeted us with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Alex, Ethan, how wonderful of you to come. I was afraid you might decline," Leah said, her tone dripping with faux sweetness. "Wouldn't miss it for the world, Leah," I replied, matching her smile with one of genuine confidence. As we mingled, it became apparent that Leah had laid a careful trap, hoping to isolate us socially. Yet, with each encounter, we navigated the room with ease, our bonds of loyalty and love an invisible shield against her machinations. Leah, watching from afar, grew increasingly frustrated. Cornering us with a glass of wine in hand, she launched her assault. "I must say, Alex, you've managed to surprise me. I never thought you'd have the nerve to show your face here after everything." I met her challenge head on. "Leah, I've nothing to hide. My conscience is clear. Can you say the same?" Her eyes flashed with anger, the mask of civility slipping. "You think you're so clever, don't you? Playing the victim, just like you always do, but we both know the truth, don't we?" Ethan's presence beside me was a silent vow of support. "The only truth here, Leah, is that you're unable to move on from the past. You're stuck in a cycle of your own making." Leah's gaze flicked between us, her venom finding no purchase. "Oh, please, save your sanctimonious platitudes. I know what you're after, but you won't find it here." The evening wore on, Leah's attempts to undermine us growing more desperate. It was not until later, in a quiet moment away from the crowd, that her true intentions became clear. Confronting us in the garden, Leah's facade finally crumbled. "You think you've won, don't you? Showing up here, flaunting your so-called happiness, but I know it's all a sham." Ethan's voice was calm but firm. "Leah, this isn't a game. There's nothing to win. We're just living our lives, something you might try focusing on instead of obsessing over ours." Leah's laugh was bitter, filled with unspent fury. "Live my life? You've made that impossible, parading around, reminding me of everything I can't have." I stepped forward, the pieces falling into place. "Leah, you can't blame us for your choices. You're the architect of your own misery. It's not too late to change, to find real happiness." Her response was a scoff, the sound cutting through the night air. "Happiness? With Daniel? You've made sure that's out of reach. But don't worry, Alex. I'll find my happiness, even if it means taking yours." The threat hung heavy between us, Leah's intentions laid bare. Yet as we left the party, Ethan's hand in mine, I felt an unexpected sense of peace. Leah's words, meant to divide us, had only served to reinforce the strength of our bond. The battle lines were drawn, but I no longer feared the war. With Ethan by my side, I was ready to face whatever Leah had planned. Her desperation was a sign of her weakness, not our vulnerability. And in that realization, I found not just courage, but a resolve to protect the life and love I had fought so hard to build. The days following Leah's party were a testament to the calm before the storm. Ethan and I, aware of the brewing tempest, fortified our resolve, a united front against the impending onslaught. Yet nothing could have prepared us for Leah's next move, a calculated strike aimed directly at the heart of our fortress. It was a typical morning, sunlight streaming through the curtains when the phone rang, shattering the peace. Ethan answered, his expression shifting from curiosity to concern, then to outright disbelief. He hung up, turning to me with a look that chilled my bones. "That was Daniel. He's asking to meet me, alone, says it's urgent and can't wait." The request was unusual, laced with an undercurrent of desperation. "What do you think he wants?" I asked, the sense of foreboding growing. Ethan was thoughtful, his mind racing through possibilities. "I'm not sure, but it's clear he's not acting on Leah's behalf. This is something else." Agreeing that Ethan should take the meeting, I watched him leave, a knot of anxiety in my stomach. The hours crawled by, each minute stretching into eternity, until Ethan finally returned, his face a mask of shock and anger. "What happened? What did Daniel say?" I asked, fearing the answer. Ethan was quiet for a moment, collecting his thoughts before he spoke. "It's Leah. She's planning something, Alex, something big. Daniel's worried, said he can't control her anymore." The revelation was a cold splash of reality. Leah's vendetta was escalating, no longer content with mere social sabotage. "What's she planning?" The urgency in my voice mirrored the pounding of my heart. "He wouldn't say or couldn't, but he's scared, Alex, scared enough to warn us." The conversation shifted quickly from speculation to strategy. If Leah was preparing to strike, we needed to be ready, to anticipate her move and counter it. The opportunity presented itself sooner than expected. Leah, in her hubris, underestimated the strength of our bond, the depth of our resolve. She launched her attack in the form of a lawsuit, a baseless accusation aimed at tarnishing my professional reputation, dragging my name through the mud. The news hit like a tidal wave, each headline a dagger aimed at my heart. But rather than cower, Ethan and I stood firm, ready to fight back with the truth. Confronting Leah became inevitable, a showdown she eagerly anticipated, thinking she held the upper hand. We met in a quiet cafe, a neutral ground that belied the war raging between us. Leah was the first to speak, her voice dripping with faux concern. "Alex, I'm truly sorry it's come to this, but you left me no choice. You've been stealing from your company, and I had to expose you." Her words were lies, twisted and barbed, meant to wound. Yet I met her gaze, unwavering. "You and I both know that's not true, Leah. This is about revenge, nothing more." Ethan's support was a tangible force, his presence a reminder of the strength we shared. "You won't win, Leah. We have the truth on our side." Leah's confidence faltered, her mask slipping. "The truth? Your truth means nothing. I'll make sure everyone sees you for who you really are, Alex." The meeting ended with no resolution, Leah's threats hanging in the air like a guillotine. Yet as we left, Ethan squeezed my hand, a silent vow that no matter what Leah threw our way, we would face it together. The lawsuit loomed over us, a dark cloud threatening to burst. But rather than wait for Leah's next move, we took the offensive, gathering evidence of my innocence and Leah's malicious intent. The days turned into weeks, each moment a battle in the war for my reputation. Leah's machinations became increasingly desperate, her attacks more personal, but with each assault, her true nature was exposed, her credibility eroding like sandcastles against the tide. As the court date approached, the weight of the impending showdown was a constant companion. Yet, amidst the storm, Ethan and I found solace in our unity, a beacon of hope in the darkness. Leah's revenge, once a fearsome specter, had become her undoing. Her attempts to destroy us had only strengthened our resolve, our love a fortress against her hate. And as we prepared to face her in court, I knew that no matter the outcome, we had already won. Our victory wasn't just in clearing my name, but in proving that together, Ethan and I were unbreakable. a testament to the power of truth over lies, love over vengeance. The courthouse loomed large as Ethan and I approached, hands clasped, a united front against the storm. Inside, the air was thick with anticipation, the weight of judgment palpable. Leah was already there, her posture one of confidence masking desperation. As the proceedings began, it was clear Leah believed her web of lies would ensnare me, tarnish my reputation beyond repair. Yet, with each witness, each piece of evidence presented in my defense, her facade began to crumble. It was during a recess, in the quiet of the corridor, that Leah approached, her demeanor a mix of anger and something akin to panic. "You think you've won, don't you?" she hissed, barely containing her fury. "Even now you stand there, so smug, so sure of yourself." Ethan stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "This isn't about winning or losing, Leah. It's about the truth. Something you seem to have forgotten." Leah's laugh was bitter, devoid of any real humor. "Truth? Your truth is a lie, a facade, but it doesn't matter. I'll make sure everyone sees you for who you really are." I faced her, my resolve steeling. "No, Leah. It's you who's being seen for who you truly are. Your actions, your lies, they've caught up with you. This isn't just about me anymore. It's about you and the damage you've done." Leah's eyes flashed with malice, her next words a venomous whisper. "You'll regret this, both of you. I'll make sure of it." But her threats held no power, her words empty and hollow. The battle lines had been drawn, and as we returned to the courtroom, it was with the knowledge that Leah's reign of terror was nearing its end. The verdict was swift, the judge's words a vindication of all we had endured. Leah's accusations were unfounded, her case built on malice and deceit. As the gavel fell, so too did the mask Leah had worn for so long. Outside the courthouse, the air never tasted so sweet, the sun never shone so brightly. Ethan and I embraced, a silent acknowledgement of the battle we had fought and won, but our victory was bittersweet, the cost of Leah's vendetta a reminder of the scars we bore. Yet, as we looked to the future, it was with the certainty that those scars were not signs of weakness, but of strength, of survival. In the days that followed, Leah's world unraveled. The exposure of her lies, her deceit, not just against me but others, became her undoing. Friends, allies, even Daniel saw her for who she truly was, a woman consumed by jealousy and hate. And as Leah's empire of lies crumbled, so too did her hold over those she sought to control. Daniel reached out, a gesture of peace, an acknowledgement of the pain caused by his inaction, his blindness to Leah's true nature. "It's over," he said, his voice tinged with regret. "I'm sorry for everything. I was fooled, blinded by Leah's manipulations. I hope one day you can forgive me." His words, while unexpected, were not what we sought. Our forgiveness was not his absolution. Yet we accepted his apology, not for his sake, but for our own, a closing of the chapter that had brought so much pain. Leah's downfall was complete, her schemes laid bare for the world to see. She had sought to destroy us, to tear apart our lives, but in the end, it was her own life that lay in ruins. As Ethan and I walked away from the courthouse that day, it was not with triumph, but with a sense of closure. We had faced the darkness, stood firm against the storm, and emerged stronger, our love the guiding light through the tempest. Leah's fate was her own making, a testament to the truth that the seeds of malice one sows will, in time, bear the fruit of one's undoing. Karma, it seems, had come full circle, and justice, in its truest form, had prevailed. The days following the trial felt like walking through a dream, the air around us lighter, the future brighter. Leah's shadow, which had loomed over us for so long, had finally dissipated, her power to harm us gone. Yet the true test of our victory lay not in the courtroom, but in the life Ethan and I would build from the ashes of this battle. Our resolve was put to the test sooner than we anticipated. News of Leah's downfall spread, her actions condemned by all who had once been in her orbit. But it was a chance encounter with Leah herself that would mark the true end of our ordeal. We saw her in the town square, a shell of the woman she had once been. Her eyes met mine, and for a moment I saw the flicker of the person she might have been, lost to the venom that had consumed her. Leah approached, her steps hesitant. "Alex, Ethan," she began, her voice lacking its former confidence. I wanted to say I'm sorry, for everything." The apology was unexpected, her words hanging between us like a fragile truce. Ethan's hand found mine, a silent source of strength. "Why now, Leah? After everything you've done? I asked, not unkindly. The curiosity was genuine. The path from vengeance to remorse was not one easily trodden. Leah looked down, her voice barely a whisper. Losing everything. It makes you see things differently. I was wrong, so wrong, and I'm sorry, truly. The sincerity in her words was palpable, a stark contrast to the venom she'd wielded like a weapon. In that moment, I realized the Leah standing before us was not the enemy we had fought, but a person, broken and seeking redemption. Ethan and I, we accept your apology, Leah, not because it changes the past, but because we all need to move forward, I said. The decision not just for Ethan and me, but for Leah as well. Leah's eyes welled with tears, the walls she had built around herself crumbling. Thank you. I don't expect forgiveness, not really, but I needed you to know. I'm going to try to make things right, somehow. As she walked away, I felt Ethan squeeze my hand, a silent acknowledgement of the closure we had just witnessed. Leah's apology, though unexpected, was the final piece in healing the wounds of our past. In the weeks that followed, Ethan and I focused on rebuilding, not just our lives, but the community around us. We volunteered, we participated, we became pillars in a town that had seen too much division. Our efforts did not go unnoticed. One evening, as we walked home from a community event, Daniel approached us. His demeanor was one of peace, his intent clear. Alex, Ethan, I just wanted to thank you for showing compassion to Leah, for everything you've done for the town. You've changed things here for the better. His words, a testament to the power of forgiveness and the strength of community, filled us with a sense of accomplishment. Thank you, Daniel. We all have the power to change, to make a difference. It's what we choose to do with that power that defines us, I replied, believing every word. As we walked away, hand in hand, Ethan and I knew that our battle had not just been about overcoming Leah's vendetta. It had been about proving that love, unity, and compassion could triumph over hatred and division. Our lives moved on, the seasons changing as they always do. But the love between us, tested by fire, remained unbreakable. We had faced the darkness together and emerged into the light, stronger and more united than ever. Leah's journey was her own, a path of redemption that would be long and fraught with challenges, but in her quest for forgiveness, she had given us all a gift. The reminder that it is never too late to change, to seek forgiveness, and to start anew. As Ethan and I looked towards the future, we did so with open hearts and a clear vision. Our love had been our fortress, our compassion our shield, and with these we would continue to build a life filled with joy, peace, and endless possibility. The war was over, but our story, our journey, was just beginning. Real women have more than just curves, Elena, my mother-in-law, spat venomously. Little did she know, her words were about to ignite a firestorm that would change everything. I've always believed that first impressions are crucial, but nothing prepared me for the relentless scrutiny of my mother-in-law, Victoria. From the moment I stepped into her meticulously decorated living room as Alex's girlfriend, her eyes scanned me like a barcode, calculating my worth in a matter of seconds. I remember that day vividly. I was wearing my favorite blue dress, the one that hugged my curves just right, accentuating my 5'6" frame. At 135 pounds, I was healthy and confident. Victoria, a statuesque figure at 5'9", loomed over me, her gaze cold and assessing. Her once beautiful features, now gaunt from extreme dieting, gave her a skeletal appearance. It was an uncomfortable contrast, and I felt her silent judgment weighing on me. "Dinner will be ready soon," she said, her voice devoid of warmth. "Alex, why don't you show Elena the garden?" As we walked away, I caught a glimpse of her scrutinizing eyes following my every move. Alex squeezed my hand, an unspoken acknowledgement of the tension. Months turned into years, and Victoria's attitude towards me oscillated between thinly veiled disdain and outright hostility. She never missed an opportunity to comment on my appearance, often disguising her insults as concern. "You know, Elena, if you just lost a few pounds, you'd look so much healthier," she'd say, her voice dripping with faux sympathy. I learned to brush off her comments, but they stung. Alex often reassured me, telling me not to take her words to heart, but it was easier said than done. One Sunday afternoon, we were gathered at Victoria's house for a family meal. The conversation around the table was light, mostly avoiding any topics that could stir controversy. That was until my sister-in-law, Sarah, casually mentioned the rising cost of bras. I just can't believe how expensive they've become, Sarah sighed, stirring her tea. I know, right? I chimed in. The last one I bought cost me $90. Sarah's eyes widened. $90? Why so much? I shrugged. I have an odd size, so I usually buy from specialty websites. It's not easy finding a 30H in stores. Victoria, who had been silently listening from the other end of the table, suddenly interjected. 30H? That's absurd. Your band size can't be that small, and I highly doubt your breasts are that large. The room went quiet. I felt a flush of embarrassment, followed by a surge of annoyance. Well, they are, I responded, trying to keep my tone even. I usually wear a sports bra to help with back pain, which makes them appear smaller. Victoria scoffed. They must be terribly saggy then. No, they're not, I said firmly, feeling the need to defend myself. I take good care of my body, and not having children yet certainly helps. Her face twisted into a sneer. Must be nice to have perfect breasts and no real responsibilities. You'll never understand what it means to be a real woman until you've had children. Some people pay a fortune for what you have. I knew she was referencing her own history with breast implants and the complications that followed. It was a low blow, even for Victoria. That incident set the tone for our relationship. Her obsession with my appearance, especially my breasts, became more pronounced, casting a shadow over every interaction. It was as if my body had become a battleground, a place where she projected her insecurities and resentments. Little did I know, the worst was yet to come. The family gathering at Victoria's house had always been a regular affair, but ever since the bra size conversation, I felt like I was walking into enemy territory. I braced myself for another round of subtle jabs and unwelcome comments. Victoria was in her element, hosting the event with a plastic smile that never quite reached her eyes. I tried to stay in the background, helping where I could and avoiding any direct confrontations. But as fate would have it, the topic of clothing came up again, and with it, another opportunity for Victoria to assert her views. I just don't understand why women today obsess over such frivolities, Victoria remarked as she arranged a platter of appetizers. In my time, we focused on more important things than the size of our bras. I exchanged a glance with Alex, who gave me a reassuring nod. I took a deep breath, readying myself for what was to come. It's not about obsession, Victoria, I replied calmly. It's about comfort and health. A properly fitting bra is important, especially when you have a size that's not readily available in stores. Victoria raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. Oh, so now it's a health concern? Please spare us the details. We all know you just like to flaunt your assets. The room fell silent. Alex's sister Sarah shot me a sympathetic look, but said nothing. I felt a surge of frustration, but I refused to let Victoria get the best of me. Actually, it is a health concern, I countered. Wearing the wrong size can lead to back pain and other issues. It's not about flaunting anything. It's about taking care of myself. Victoria scoffed, but before she could retort, Alex stepped in. Mom, let's not start this again. Everyone has their own preferences and needs. Let's just enjoy the evening. The conversation shifted, but the damage was done. Victoria's words lingered in the air, a reminder of the constant judgment I faced in her presence. I excused myself, needing a moment to collect my thoughts. In the bathroom, I stared at my reflection, wondering why I allowed her words to affect me so deeply. I was a grown woman, confident in my own skin. Yet, Victoria's comments had a way of seeping in, poisoning my self-image. I splashed some water on my face, taking a deep breath. I wouldn't let her win. I would stand my ground, no matter what she threw my way. Returning to the gathering, I plastered a smile on my face, determined to not let Victoria's negativity ruin the evening. But deep down, I knew this was far from over. Victoria had made it her mission to belittle me, and I was caught in the crossfire of her insecurities. Alex and I had been planning our trip to Europe for months, a much-needed escape from the daily grind, and admittedly, from the constant tension with Victoria. As our plane soared over the Atlantic, I felt a sense of liberation, as if leaving behind not just a continent, but a heavy burden. Our journey took us through the scenic landscapes of Europe, from the sun-kissed beaches of Spain to the ancient ruins of Greece. Each destination was a feast for the senses, a vibrant tapestry of cultures and experiences. But it was on the beaches where I truly found my freedom. In Europe, the attitude towards the body was refreshingly different. The beaches were dotted with people of all shapes and sizes, basking in the sun without a hint of self-consciousness. It was here, on these shores, that I felt a connection with a part of myself long suppressed by Victoria's critical eye. Alex, ever the photographer, captured these moments, pictures of us, laughing, swimming, and yes, some of me topless in true European fashion. These photos were tasteful, a celebration of freedom and beauty, far from the prying, judgmental eyes of Victoria. When we returned, our hearts were full of stories and our camera loaded with memories. We compiled a photo album, a treasure trove of our adventures, a testament to our time away from the world we knew. The album found its place on our coffee table, a conversation starter for friends and a reminder of our journey. Little did I know that it would soon become the catalyst for another confrontation with Victoria. It was a sunny Saturday afternoon when Victoria visited us, unannounced as usual. I could tell from the way she marched into our living room, her eyes scanning every corner, that she was in her typical critical mode. Little did I know that our European photo album would soon become the center of an unexpected storm. As she settled on the sofa, her eyes landed on the album. With a mixture of curiosity and a sense of entitlement, she began flipping through the pages. Alex and I exchanged a nervous glance, but remained silent, hoping the pictures would speak for themselves, tales of joy and discovery. Then, she reached the beach photos. The air in the room grew tense. Victoria's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized each picture, her lips pursed in disapproval. When she came across the photos of me topless, albeit discreetly so, her reaction was immediate and visceral. She slammed the album shut and tossed it onto the table, her face contorted with disgust. "This is disgraceful," she hissed. "Parading around nude beaches and then having the audacity to display these photos. What were you thinking?" Alex started to explain. "Mom, it's quite normal in Europe. The culture there is different." But Victoria cut him off. "I don't care about European culture. This is inappropriate, and you're just encouraging her indecency." I felt a surge of anger, but I knew losing my temper wouldn't help. "Victoria, these photos are from our private vacation. They're not explicit, and we're not ashamed of them. It's our home, and we have the right to celebrate our experiences." Her eyes flashed with fury. "Celebrating indecency? And you wonder why I have concerns about your influence on Alex. You're nothing like his ex, thank goodness. She had class." That hit a nerve. "Well, yeah, she might have had the body of a preteen, but that doesn't equate to class," I retorted, more sharply than I intended. The room went silent. Victoria stood up, her face a mask of rage. "How dare you?" she spat. Alex intervened, stepping between us. "Enough. Mom, you're overstepping. It's time for you to leave." The confrontation ended with Alex escorting his mother out. When he returned, his expression was a mix of frustration and sadness. She always had a soft spot for my ex. She even called them twins once because of their similar looks. I sighed, feeling a mixture of guilt and defiance. "I'm sorry, but I won't be belittled in my own home. She has to understand that." Alex nodded, his expression somber. "I know, and I agree, but this tension, it's tearing everyone apart." As I looked at the discarded photo album, I realized that our battle was far from over. Victoria's obsession with my appearance and her inability to accept me had escalated to a point of no return. It was more than just a clash of personalities. It was a war over self-identity and respect. The days following Victoria's explosive visit were filled with a heavy silence. Alex and I moved around each other, lost in our own thoughts. The incident had left a palpable tension between us, a rift that was hard to ignore. Alex broke the silence one evening, his voice hesitant. "Elena, I've been thinking about what happened with Mom. I understand why you said what you did, but she's really upset. Maybe we should consider apologizing just to smooth things over." I looked at him, surprised and a little hurt. "Apologize? Alex, she insulted us in our own home, criticized our choices, and demeaned me. Why should I apologize for standing up for myself?" He ran a hand through his hair, a sign of his frustration. I know, it's just, she's my mother. And this feud, it's taking a toll on all of us. Maybe if we just—" I cut him off, my voice firm. "No, Alex, this isn't just about a feud. It's about respect and boundaries. Your mother has been disrespecting me for years, and I've tolerated it because I love you. But I can't keep sacrificing my dignity for the sake of peace." Alex looked at me, his eyes filled with a mix of admiration and worry. "I understand, and you're right. It's just hard, you know? She's always been this way, and I guess I've just learned to deal with it." I reached out and took his hand, squeezing it gently. "I know it's hard, but we can't let her behavior slide anymore. We need to stand united on this. If we don't set boundaries now, it'll never stop." Alex nodded slowly, a resigned look on his face. "You're right. We'll stand together on this. I'll talk to her, set some ground rules. It's time she understands that her behavior is not acceptable." The conversation marked a turning point for us. We were no longer just a couple dealing with the typical in-law drama. We were a team facing a challenge that tested the very foundations of our relationship. In the weeks that followed, we worked on strengthening our bond, discussing our feelings and strategies for dealing with Victoria. It was a time of introspection and growth, a journey towards understanding and resilience. As for Victoria, the silence from her end was deafening. The incident had created a chasm that seemed too wide to bridge, but we were prepared. Whatever the outcome, we knew we had each other, and that was all that mattered. The tension with Victoria loomed over us like a dark cloud, a constant reminder of the unresolved conflict. Alex and I knew that we couldn't avoid it forever. It was time to face the issue head-on. We invited Victoria over for a discussion, a chance to clear the air. The day she arrived, the atmosphere was charged with apprehension. Alex greeted his mother at the door, his demeanor polite but reserved. We sat in the living room, the photo album from our European trip conspicuously absent from the coffee table. I took a deep breath, bracing myself for the conversation ahead. "Victoria," I began, my voice steady, "we need to talk about what happened last time you were here. We want to understand your perspective, but we also need you to understand ours." Victoria sat stiffly, her expression guarded. I said what I felt needed to be said. "Your behavior, those photos, it's not what I expected from a member of this family." Alex interjected. "Mom, we respect your opinion, but you also need to respect our choices. Elena and I are adults, and what we do, especially in our own home, is our decision." The discussion went back and forth, a delicate dance of accusations and defenses. Victoria's resistance to our viewpoint was evident, but so was our determination to stand our ground. "It's not just about the photos, Victoria," I said, my voice tinged with emotion. "It's about how you've treated me over the years. Your comments, your judgments, they've been hurtful." Victoria's facade cracked slightly, a hint of remorse in her eyes. I didn't realize. I have certain expectations, and I felt you weren't meeting them." Alex took my hand, a silent show of support. "Expectations or not, you can't impose your views on us. We're asking for respect, for some basic decency in how we interact." The conversation was a breakthrough, albeit a small one. Victoria didn't apologize, but there was an acknowledgement, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. As she left, the air felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. The conflict wasn't entirely resolved, but we had made progress. Alex and I had stood together, united in our stance, and in doing so, we had started to bridge the gap that had formed between us and Victoria. The story of our struggle with Victoria wasn't just about in-law conflicts. It was a journey of self-discovery, of setting boundaries, and of finding strength in unity. It was a testament to the fact that respect and understanding, though hard-earned, are the cornerstones of any healthy relationship. As we stepped into her perfectly manicured living room, she smirked. "Oh, wearing that dress again? Brave choice." Her words, sharp as thorns, were just the beginning. But this time, I wasn't going to let her have the last word. The drive to my mother-in-law's house always fills me with a sense of dread, a feeling I've come to expect every time we visit. Today was no different. As we pulled into the driveway, I noticed the curtains twitch, a sure sign that she was already watching, already judging. My husband, Alex, gripped the steering wheel a bit tighter as we got out of the car. I could sense his unease, a mirror of my own. The door opened before we could even knock, and there she stood. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. "Darling, you look tired," she said to Alex, her voice dripping with a concern that didn't quite feel genuine. "And you, well, it's nice to see you making an effort," she added, eyeing my carefully chosen outfit. The comments were subtle, the kind that you couldn't quite call out without seeming overly sensitive, but they were there, little jabs meant to unsettle. As we walked into the living room, I noticed the family photos displayed prominently. Alex as a child with his father, but none with us, his current family. Lunch was a quiet affair. The tension hung in the air, thick and unspoken. Maëlle asked questions, her tone casual, but there was an undercurrent of something else, a need to assert her dominance, to remind us of her place in Alex's life. "So, how's work going, Alex? I hope you're not still letting them overwork you," she said, her eyes briefly flickering to me, as if I were the one pushing him too hard. Alex mumbled a response, keeping his eyes on his plate. I could feel the frustration radiating off him. It was always like this. She'd make these comments, and he'd shrink back, the little boy who couldn't please his mother. As we sat in her overly floral living room after lunch, sipping tea from fine china, the conversation turned to family news. She spoke of cousins and aunts, but it was clear the news was carefully curated. Anything positive about our life was glossed over, while any struggle was dissected in excruciating detail. I found myself zoning out, staring at a spot on the wall, wondering why we kept putting ourselves through this. Why did we subject ourselves to these subtle but constant critiques? But I knew the answer. It was for Alex. Despite everything, he wanted his mother's approval, her love. As we finally made our excuses to leave, Maëlle's tone changed. "You know I only want the best for you both," she said, her voice soft, but the words felt hollow after everything else. The drive back was quiet. I reached over and squeezed Alex's hand. We were in this together, but I couldn't help but wonder if things would ever change. If she would ever see the hurt she caused, or if this dance would go on forever. But as we drove away, I looked back at the house, a knot of unease in my stomach. There was a part of me, a small, whispering voice, that wondered if maybe, just maybe, things would catch up with her. That the way she treated us, the way she'd always treated Alex, would have consequences. It was a thought I didn't want to entertain, but it was there, lurking in the back of my mind. As we turned the corner, I let out a sigh, trying to leave the tension and the unspoken words behind. But they clung to me, a reminder of the day and of the challenges we faced. Challenges that I feared were far from over. The weeks following our visit to my mother-in-law's house were filled with a subtle, lingering tension. Alex seemed more withdrawn, his usually bright demeanor dimmed by the shadow of that day. It wasn't just me who noticed. During a weekend brunch, our friend Sarah commented on it. "Alex, you okay? You seem a bit off," she said, her brow furrowed in concern. He offered a weak smile. "Just tired, I guess. Work's been hectic." But I knew it wasn't just work. It was his mother's words, echoing in his mind, undermining his confidence. It was a pattern I'd seen too often. One evening, as we sat on our couch, a family group chat on his phone lit up. It was his mother, sharing news about a distant relative's success. The message was innocent enough, but it was her follow-up that struck a nerve. "Wish we had some good news from our side to share. Right, Alex?" It was a subtle dig, a reminder of our recent struggles with buying a house, something she knew was a sensitive topic. Alex's face tightened, and he put his phone away without responding. "Why does she do that?" I asked gently, not wanting to push him, but needing to understand. He shrugged, a gesture of defeat. "That's just how she is, always pointing out what's wrong, never seeing the good." It was then that I realized how deeply his mother's words affected him. They weren't just annoying comments, they were chisels, slowly chipping away at his self-esteem. The turning point came a few weeks later at a family barbecue. The sun was bright, the kids were playing in the yard, and for a moment, it felt like a normal, happy gathering. But then Maëlle arrived, and the atmosphere shifted. She greeted everyone warmly, but her words were laced with subtle criticisms. To her niece, "That's a bold dress choice." To her sister, "I see you're still with that job." Each comment was a tiny barb, hidden beneath a veneer of concern. But it wasn't until she turned her attention to us that the real drama unfolded. "Alex, have you put on weight? And you, dear, still no news about a baby?" The The words hung in the air, and I saw Alex's face flush with embarrassment and anger. There was a collective pause, a moment of shared discomfort among everyone present. It was Alex's sister, Lisa, who finally broke the silence. "Mom, that's enough. Can't you just be nice for one day?" Mill looked taken aback, as if she couldn't believe someone was calling her out. But Lisa didn't back down. "Every time we get together, you have to make these comments. Can't you see how they hurt people?" There was a tense silence, then Maya laughed it off. "Oh, you're all too sensitive." But something had shifted. People started to see her behavior for what it was. Whispers began, conversations started. It wasn't just us who had noticed, it was everyone. In the car ride home, Alex was quiet, but I could tell he was thinking. "Maybe Lisa's right," he finally said. "Maybe we don't have to just accept it." It was a small admission, but it felt significant. It was the beginning of a change, a realization that maybe we didn't have to be passive recipients of Miles' words. But as we drove, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. It was as if we had opened a door, and I wasn't sure what lay on the other side. All I knew was that things were about to change, and I wasn't sure if we were ready for what was to come. The family barbecue incident marked a turning point in how we and the rest of the family viewed Miles' behavior. There was a noticeable shift, a subtle but significant change in the dynamics. Conversations about her, once hushed and careful, became more open. It was as if Lisa's outburst had given everyone else permission to acknowledge what had been unspoken for so long. In the weeks that followed, I noticed a change in Alex too. He started to speak up more, to assert himself in small but meaningful ways. It was as if he was slowly shedding the weight of his mother's expectations, finding his own voice. But with change comes resistance, and Miles' response was swift and predictable. She began to call more frequently, her tone a mix of concern and criticism. "I just want what's best for you," she'd say, but her words felt hollow, especially now that we were all seeing the strings attached to her concern. Then came the family reunion, an event that had been planned for months. It was supposed to be a celebration, a gathering of generations. But as the day approached, the sense of dread that had become all too familiar crept back in. The reunion was as picturesque as one could imagine. A beautiful garden setting, tables laden with food, children laughing in the background. But beneath the surface there was an undercurrent of tension. Maëlle was in her element, fluttering from group to group, her laughter a little too loud, her smile a little too wide. But her eyes were watchful, scanning for any sign of dissent or disagreement. It wasn't long before a comment was made, a slight too far. This time, it was directed at Alex's cousin, a young woman who had recently started her own business. "A brave venture," Maëlle had said, "but are you sure you're not just afraid of real work?" The comment hung in the air, a palpable shockwave through the crowd. The cousin, taken aback, tried to laugh it off, but the damage was done. The mood shifted, and conversations became more guarded, more careful. I watched as Alex's family began to see what he had seen for years. The mask was slipping, and Miles' true nature was becoming harder to ignore. As the day wore on, the tension grew. There were hushed conversations, side glances, a growing sense of unease. It was clear that things were reaching a boiling point. And then it happened. During a seemingly innocuous conversation about holiday plans, MIL made a comment about Alex and me, a thinly veiled insinuation about our financial struggles. It was Alex who responded, his voice steady but firm. "Mom, that's enough. Your comments are hurtful, not helpful." There was a moment of stunned silence. Then MIL laughed, a brittle, forced sound. "Oh, you're all just too sensitive," she said, but her eyes were cold. The rest of the event passed in a blur, a tense and uncomfortable gathering where words were measured and laughter forced. But something had changed. The facade was crumbling, and the family was beginning to see MIL for who she really was. As Alex and I drove home, there was a sense of somber victory. It was as if a battle had been fought and won, but the war was far from over. But in that moment, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Mill wouldn't take this lying down. She was a fighter, and she would come back, possibly stronger than before. And so, as we drove through the darkening streets, I braced myself for what was to come, knowing that this was just the beginning of a much larger storm. The days after the family reunion felt like the calm after a storm. Conversations within the family had changed, They were more open, more honest. The veil of pretense that Mael had maintained for so long was finally lifting. Alex's transformation was the most profound. No longer did he carry the weight of his mother's expectations like a yoke around his neck. There was a newfound lightness in him, a sense of liberation. It was as if he had been granted permission to be himself, without fear of his mother's judgment. But with this newfound freedom came a new set of challenges. Mael's reaction to this shift in family dynamics was as swift as it was predictable. She doubled down on her efforts to regain control, her calls and messages becoming more frequent, more insistent. Her tone had changed too. Gone was the veneer of concerned motherhood, replaced now by a thinly veiled desperation. She sensed the shift in her son and the family, and it frightened her. One evening, a call from Mael ended in a heated argument between her and Alex. Her words were sharp, cutting. "You've changed," she accused. "Ever since you married her, you've become someone I don't recognize." The words stung, but they also brought a sense of clarity. This wasn't just about control, it was about loss. Mael was losing her grip, not just on Alex, but on the narrative she had crafted about her family. In the weeks that followed, the ripple effect of Mael's actions became increasingly apparent. Family members began to distance themselves, their polite tolerance turning to open disapproval. Invitations to gatherings became less frequent, conversations more brief. It was during a casual lunch with Alex's aunt that the extent of the shift became clear. "We always knew she was a bit difficult," the aunt confessed, "but we never realized how much it affected you and Alex." The conversation was a revelation. It wasn't just us who had been affected by Mael's behavior, it was the entire family. And now that the truth was out in the open, it couldn't be ignored. But as the family's stance changed, so did Mael's tactics. She became more erratic, her actions more unpredictable. There were tearful apologies followed by angry outbursts, moments of vulnerability followed by aggressive assertions of her rights as a mother. The family was in uncharted territory, navigating a complex web of emotions and decades-long dynamics. It was exhausting, emotionally draining. But there was also a sense of progress, of moving towards something healthier, more honest. As Alex and I lay in bed one night, talking about the latest development, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. There was sympathy for Mael, a woman who was clearly struggling to adapt to a changing world. But there was also frustration, anger at the years of hurt she had caused. "It's like she's her own worst enemy," Alex said quietly. "She pushes everyone away, but then can't understand why she's alone." His words were a succinct summary of the situation. Mael, in her quest for control, had isolated herself, and now as the family began to heal and grow without her, she was left on the fringes, looking in. But as we turned off the lights and settled into sleep, I couldn't shake a lingering question. What would Mael do next? How would she react to this new reality? And so, as I drifted off to sleep, I prepared myself for what was to come, knowing that the story was far from over. The weeks following our conversation with Alex's aunt were a period of uneasy transition. The family, once bound by a silent agreement to overlook Mael's behavior, was now openly acknowledging the elephant in the room. And with this acknowledgement came a shift in the family's dynamics. Mael, sensing her loss of influence, oscillated between attempts at reconciliation and bouts of resentment. Her calls to Alex became a mix of tearful pleas and bitter accusations. Each conversation left him drained, torn between his duty as a son and his need to protect himself and our family from her emotional turmoil. It was during one of these calls that the inevitable happened. Mael, in a moment of unguarded frustration, uttered words that would irreparably alter her relationship with her son. "You were always a disappointment," she said, her voice laced with years of unspoken bitterness. The words hung in the air, a painful echo of every fear and insecurity Alex had ever harbored. The call ended abruptly, and in the silence that followed I saw something break in him. It was as if those words had severed the last thread of hope he had held for a reconciliation. The fallout was immediate. Word of the conversation spread through the family, and what little sympathy Mael had retained quickly evaporated. Family gatherings became more infrequent, and when they did occur, Mael's presence was noticeably absent. But it wasn't just the family that turned away. Friends, neighbors, people who had once been part of her social circle began to distance themselves. Her world, once filled with the buzz of constant activity, grew quieter, lonelier. As for Alex and me, the weeks turned into months of reflection and healing. We spent long evenings talking, unraveling years of emotional baggage, understanding how deeply Miles' words and actions had impacted our lives. It was during one of these conversations that Alex made a decision that marked a turning point in our journey. "I need to let go," he said, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "For my own sake, for our sake. I can't keep hoping she'll change." The decision wasn't easy. It came with a sense of loss, a mourning for what could have been, but it also brought a sense of peace, a relief from the constant strain of navigating Miles' emotional landscape. In the months that followed, Miles' attempts to reconnect became more desperate, more frequent, but each call, each message, was met with a firm but gentle boundary. We were moving on, building a life free from the shadow of her influence. And as we did, something remarkable happened. The family began to heal. Without the constant undercurrent of Miles' presence, relationships blossomed, conversations became more genuine, more heartfelt. There was a sense of unity, of coming together in the wake of a shared struggle. But amid this newfound peace, there was also a sense of sadness. Miles, once the matriarch of the family, was now a peripheral figure, a reminder of the damage that can be done by unspoken words and unresolved emotions. As the year drew to a close, the family gathered for a holiday celebration. It was a bittersweet gathering, filled with laughter and love, but also tinged with the absence of one who had once been at its center. And as we raised our glasses in a toast, I couldn't help but reflect on the journey we had taken, from pain and conflict to understanding and growth. It was a journey marked by loss, but also by a profound sense of liberation. But in the back of my mind, I knew that Miles' story was not over. Her journey was her own, a path marked by the consequences of her actions. And as we celebrated together, I hoped that she too would find her way, that she would learn from the echoes of her past and find peace in her own way. The year following our decision to set boundaries with Miles was one of profound growth for both Alex and me. It was a time of healing, of rediscovering ourselves outside the shadow of her influence, but it was also a time of reflection, of understanding the depth of the impact she had on our lives. Alex, in particular, underwent a transformation. Freed from the burden of his mother's expectations, he began to flourish. His confidence grew, his happiness more genuine. It was as if a weight had been lifted, allowing him to be the person he was always meant to be. But as we moved forward, there was also an undercurrent of sadness. The decision to distance ourselves from Miles wasn't made lightly. It came with a sense of loss, a mourning for the relationship that could have been. We often talked about her, wondering how she was, hoping that she was finding her own path to healing. The family, too, had changed. Without the constant drama that had once surrounded Miles, relationships began to strengthen. There was a newfound appreciation for each other, a deeper understanding born from shared experiences. But the true test of our growth came towards the end of the year, when we received a call from Miles. Her voice was different, softer, tinged with something that sounded like regret. "I've been thinking a lot," she said, "about everything, and I'm sorry." The words were unexpected, and they brought a mix of emotions. There was skepticism, a wary caution born from years of disappointment, but there was also a flicker of hope, a possibility of reconciliation. We agreed to meet, a small gathering at her house. The atmosphere was tentative, each of us unsure of how to navigate this new terrain. Emile was quieter, more reflective. She talked about her loneliness, about the realization that her actions had consequences. There were moments of defensiveness, old habits dying hard, but there was also an acknowledgement of her faults, a willingness to change. The meeting ended with no grand resolutions, no definitive conclusions, but it was a start, a small step towards understanding and perhaps forgiveness. As Alex and I drove home, we talked about the future, about what this new development meant for us. "Maybe there's a chance for something better," Alex said, his voice tinged with cautious optimism. And as we talked, I realized that this journey was about more than just Miles and her actions. It was about us, about our ability to grow, to overcome, to find strength in the face of adversity. It was a journey that had brought us closer, that had taught us the value of boundaries, of self-respect. And as we looked towards the future, I knew that whatever it held, we would face it together, stronger and more united than ever. Years later, as I watched our children play in the backyard, I reflected on the journey we had taken. The path had not been easy, but it had been necessary. It had brought us to where we were today, a place of peace and happiness. Mael was still a part of our lives, but in a different way. The relationship was more balanced, more healthy. There were still moments of tension, reminders of the past, but they were fewer, less impactful. As I watched our family, I realized that this was what we had been working towards all along, a family built on respect, on understanding, on love. It was a new beginning, a chance to break the cycle of the past and create something better for the future. And as the sun set, casting a warm glow over the scene, I felt a sense of contentment, a deep and abiding gratitude for the journey we had taken. It had brought us here, to this moment, and for that I was profoundly thankful. Stepping into the quiet of my own home, something felt off. The unfamiliar murmur from the basement stopped me dead in my tracks. My husband, Eric, was supposed to be at work. Blood rushed to my face as my heart picked up its pace. It was his voice mingled with a woman's that reached my ears. "My name is Anna Bellamy. I'm 40, a straightforward kind of person, working an everyday job at a publishing house. Eric and I, we promised to lead a simple life together, no kids, just the two of us growing old. That was our plan, and it had been working fine for the last 5 years, until now. They say comfort breeds complacency. Maybe that's what happened to us. Eric had started letting himself go, his belly peeking over his belt more than I'd ever seen before. You should take care of yourself, I had told him one evening, but he just shrugged, more interested in whatever was on his phone. We weren't the couple we once were, constantly trying to impress each other. I stopped bothering with makeup around him, and he didn't seem to mind. Maybe that was the problem, I thought. But then, just when you think you've got everything figured out, life throws you a curveball. A few weeks ago, a different kind of energy buzzed around Eric. He began paying attention to his looks again, buying new clothes and checking himself out in the mirror. To me, he just seemed to be trying to feel better about getting older. I didn't read much into it. But now, here I was, standing in our house while the sound of his laughter, shared with someone who wasn't me, echoed from the basement. Should I rush downstairs and confront them? The thought tempted me, a simple enough solution, but instinct held me back. This needed to be handled carefully. I wouldn't rush in. I'd catch them when they least expected it. I'd gather proof first. So, pressing a hand to my racing heart, I decided to act like everything was normal and waited for the right moment. As the sound of their voices cut through the stillness of my once peaceful home, I knew things were about to change. I wasn't just going to be the betrayed wife. I'd be the one who turned the tables on Eric, but to do it right, I had to keep my cool. The next morning, at work, the tightness in my chest hadn't eased. I buried myself in manuscripts and edits, trying to put the whispers from the basement out of my mind. Mid-morning, Judy from accounting sidled up to my desk with an air of casual gossip. "I saw Eric at the mall yesterday," she began, her voice a half-whisper. "He was with someone who looked quite a bit like you from the back." I chuckled, the sound hollow, keeping my eyes on the screen as if the words before me held all my attention. "Well, I haven't been to the mall in weeks," I replied, brushing off her comment. Must have been his sister visiting from out of town. Judy seemed to accept that, returning to her numbers and spreadsheets. But her words gnawed at me, digging into the well of unease that had settled in my stomach. Was this why Eric was so keen on his new wardrobe? Was he dressing up for someone else? The thought wrestled with my reason. The Eric I knew wouldn't do something like that, or so I reassured myself, chasing away the doubts that sought to overwhelm me. Denial was a comfortable blanket, shielding me from the chill of my suspicions. Throughout the day, my gaze lingered on my phone more than necessary, half expecting some incriminating message to pop up or a call from a strange number. But there was nothing, just the usual spam emails and texts about dinner plans with friends. By the time the workday ended, my resolve had hardened. first thing at home, I was going to look for anything out of place, any little clue to confirm or dispel my fears. I needed to know. And if there was something to find, I had to be smart about how I handled it. That evening, Eric greeted me with his usual peck on the cheek and a cheery, "How was your day?" I mirrored his normalcy with a laugh and a light-hearted recount of work. But as we settled into our evening side by side on the couch, the sounds from the basement replayed in my mind like a haunting refrain. I waited until Eric was distracted by a phone call before I started my search. My hands felt foreign as I opened drawers and peered into his home office. Papers, folders, nothing out of the ordinary. But tucked in the back of his desk's bottom drawer, there it was, a piece of glossy lipstick pink paper, a receipt for a boutique hotel dated last Saturday. My heart felt like it dropped into my stomach as I read the words over and over again. This was it, the proof I needed. With shaking hands, I took a picture of the receipt with my phone and slid it back into place. I needed to collect more evidence before I confronted him. For now, I'd keep wearing the mask of the clueless wife, but it wouldn't be for long. The next few days passed in a thick fog, each moment laced with the sharp tang of deception. At each shared meal, every mundane conversation, I appraised Eric with a detective's eye, mining his words for clues, his expressions for guilt. He was none the wiser, and why should he be? I had always been trusting, an open book to his calculated cover story. The internet became my accomplice, guiding me silently on how to catch a cheater. I dove into forums and articles, searching for ways to document his dishonesty without tipping him off. Someone suggested tracking his phone, but no, that would be too risky. He might notice, and the game would be up. One evening, as I watched him thumbing his phone with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, an idea struck. He had a habit of taking his showers long and hot, leaving his phone charging on the nightstand. That was my window, brief but just enough to gather what I needed. The first time I slipped his phone from its cradle, thumbing through the messages and call log, my pulse raced, but there was nothing, no suspicious texts, no unknown numbers. He was careful, deleting any trace of his infidelity. Yet I persisted. I started waking up earlier, checking his car for unfamiliar items, tracing his expenditures on our shared credit cards. I found little things, a stray earring under the car seat, a receipt for a necklace I never received, dinner charges for two at places we'd never been together. Each discovery, a painful confirmation of his affair, became evidence, photographed, noted, filed away. All the while I kept up appearances, enduring the agony of pretending. It was becoming more difficult, though, playing the part of the loving wife oblivious to her husband's betrayal. My resolve was strong, but the strain was starting to show. Then came the morning that changed the course of my silent investigation. I opened his gym bag ostensibly to toss in a fresh towel, but instead my fingers brushed against something hard and cool, a burner phone tucked away beneath his workout clothes. It felt like a small bomb in my hands, the potential for destruction palpable against my skin. I didn't dare turn it on, not then, not with Eric humming to himself just rooms away. But it was the missing piece, the secret channel through which he maintained his double life. I couldn't let on that I knew, so I left the phone where I found it. The time for accusations and confrontations was drawing closer. I could feel it, sense the impending climax to this charade, but until then, I would have to shoulder the weight of my silent burden, a heart heavy yet hopeful for the eventual unmasking that awaited. My retribution, when it came, would be silent but devastating. It was all in the timing, and I was counting down the days until I could let the guillotine fall. In a small locked box, I collected my cache of evidence, a trove of whispered hotel dates and covert dinners. The secret burner phone lay nestled among this collection, its presence a harsh reminder of Eric's betrayal. Somehow, the physical weight of it, cold and metallic, brought home the truth more than any digital record ever could. My once benign routines became a cover for the clandestine business of gathering proof. I memorized Eric's schedule, noted the slight deviations, the minutes unaccounted for, the hushed tones I caught him using when he thought I was far from earshot. Each observation, each slip, was meticulously recorded and hidden away. I was the unseen collector, operating in the fleeting solitude that our life together afforded. There, in those precious moments I could call my own, I documented everything with a dispassionate efficiency that surprised even myself. It was as if my heart had been replaced by a ledger, keeping score of lies and half-truths. The burner phone was turning into the linchpin of my evidence. One day, feigning a headache, I stayed home from work while Eric, convinced of my illness-bound lethargy, departed for the office without a second thought. As the front door clicked shut, I sprang into action. The forgotten gym bag lay still, untouched, as if waiting for me. I turned the phone on, and the contents laid his affair bare. Texts, calls, pictures I wished I could unsee, all painting the vivid portrait of a man ensnared in infidelity. I kept my breathing steady as I transferred everything I needed to my own phone. With each passing day, I felt the walls of our marriage closing in, as if our house was conspiring in keeping me trapped in this masquerade. But I would not allow myself to be suffocated by bitterness. The knowledge I was amassing was my oxygen, my empowerment. Each evening, when Eric returned home with his infectious smile and his arms laden with the facade of normalcy, I played my part. Welcome home, I'd say, leaning into his kiss that had lost all meaning. It was a necessary act, the cost of which was a growing numbness where there was once love and warmth. In public, we were the perfect couple. At home, I was the watchful hawk, biding my time. To the outside world, I must have seemed unchanged, the same reliable Anna with her quick smile and ready laugh. But behind my eyes was the steel of a woman unmade and remade by betrayal. The pressure mounted within me, a helium balloon straining against its string. My plan was nearing completion, the stage set for the final act. Yet I would wait for the perfect moment to cut the ties that bound us, to let the truth ascend into the light where all could see. My patience, it seemed, was finally rewarded. A slip of the tongue, a minor oversight. Eric was only human, after all. He mentioned a weekend conference, a necessary trip out of town. My instinct prickled, antennas raised in suspicion. There had been no talk of this conference before, no emails, no printed itineraries lying around, nothing but his words to attest to its existence. The pieces clicked into place, a mosaic of imminent confrontation. My evidence was substantial, a foundation sturdy enough to bear the weight of the accusations to come. But there was a crescendo I was yet to orchestrate. I had to catch them, him and his mistress, in the act. Eric's careful nature was both a curse and a blessing. He scheduled his trysts meticulously, but in his assuredness he repeated patterns. And so I found a new kind of resolve in the waiting, embodying stillness, with a heart that thrummed in anticipation of the storm to come. The day of Eric's conference dawned, and I bade him farewell with an embrace that masked the tremors of my adrenaline. Hours trickled by, each second a surging tide that threatened to overwhelm my resolve. I would not yield. With the evening spread of darkness, I returned home. There, nestled between the familiar walls, I heard them, the muffled symphony of deceit playing out beneath my feet once again. Quietly descending the stairs, I paused at the door of the basement, the epicenter of his treachery. A phone call, no more than a whisper, was all it had taken. A paid service, one that guaranteed discretion. From the shadows of the basement's interior, two figures emerged into the dim light, laughing, unaware. Their reverie was short-lived. The door closed with a soft, decisive click, the metallic turn of the key sealing their fate. Now locked within the depths of their own indiscretion, Marcus and his paramour slowly realized their predicament. Through a vent, the subtle rise of summer heat seeping in like an uninvited guest. No windows to ease the stifling embrace, no escape from the prison of their own making. I retreated upstairs, thus to the sanctuary of the airy living room. My lips curled into a half-smile, the first true expression I had allowed myself in weeks. I imagined them below, the sweat beginning to bead on their brows, the lack of fresh air lending a sense of reality to their trapped situation. I felt no need for haste. The basement was stocked with water, and ironically, canned food that I would never have thought would serve them in such a scenario. They would be safe for a time, but they would not be comfortable. That was, after all, the point. Hours crawled by, and I occupied myself with a book, the words scarcely registering as my thoughts remained below. Only when the air adopted the heady thickness of an unventilated room did I descend once more. To them my footsteps must have sounded like salvation, yet my expression offered no reprieve. The cool indifference in my gaze met their flushed, anxious faces. And there in the stillness, the gravity of my quiet retribution hung between us like a tangible force. The air in the basement was heavy with heat and desperation as I faced Eric and his mistress, trapped by their own misdeeds. Their eyes were wide, the sheen of sweat on their skin reflecting more than just the oppressive temperature. This was the moment of reckoning I had quietly cultivated. "Anna," Eric stammered, his usual composure dissolving into the thick air. I can explain." His words fell flat, the futility of his situation rendering them meaningless. The woman beside him, a silhouette of regret, remained silent, her downcast eyes betraying her shame. The evidence I had amassed was now a silent witness to their affair. I laid it bare before them, the photographs, messages, and receipts, each artifact a testament to Eric's deceit. The color drained from his face as he realized the extent of my knowledge. "The consequences come now," I told them, my voice steady, belying the cauldron of emotions within. "I have enough here to ensure you both pay dearly for this betrayal." My gaze shifted to the woman unnamed and insignificant to me until this catalyst moment. "I trusted you," I said, my eyes locking onto hers, allowing her to feel the weight of my words. "You helped destroy a marriage. The guilt is yours to carry as well." Eric attempted to reach out to offer some gesture of reconciliation, but it was too late for empty appeasements. I knew that behind closed doors, apologies are often less about remorse and more about seeking absolution for the guilty. Captured within the confines of the dark basement, neither could escape the heat nor the confrontation. My presence was the gatekeeper to their freedom, and I held the power they had thoughtlessly gambled away. Though part of me wanted to linger, to savor the moment of their penance, I knew the time for exit statements had arrived. With a final glimpse at their wilted forms, I turned to leave, the key to their release secure in my hand, a return to their cage only I would dictate. In the coolness of the living room, I contemplated the legalities to come. Both would face repercussions beyond this personal prison I'd created. I would see to it that my divorce from Eric and claims against the mistress for damages would leave them both with little more to show for their affair than the scars it had seared upon us all. Finality had a certain weight to it, a sense of irrevocability that paced hand in hand with relief. As the days slipped by and my new reality set in, the last echoes of betrayal that had so marred the fabric of my life with Eric began to fade into a distant murmur. The divorce proceedings were a cold march through legal documents and negotiations. Eric had few avenues for defense, and perhaps for the first time in our descent into this mess, he didn't try to swindle his way through. He knew the evidence I had was unforgiving, and so he capitulated to the demands set by my lawyer. Meanwhile, the mistress had all but vanished into the quiet aftermath of exposed infidelity. A small part of my conscience pondered her fate, but I quickly snuffed it out. She was collateral in a war she'd chosen to wage against a marriage that wasn't hers. The claim I filed against her for emotional distress was a reminder of that choice, a shadow that would follow her long after the doors of my life closed on this chapter. Sitting in the office of my attorney, signing off on the settlement agreement, I didn't feel the surge of triumph I had envisioned. It was rather a peaceful closing of a book I was more than ready to shelve. Eric's signature, a scrawled loop on the bottom of the page, was the last tether to a man I no longer recognized. With the formalities done, I sold the house, the scene of so much concealed anguish, and moved into a modest apartment. It was a blank canvas, a place of my own that slowly began to hum with the rhythm of my single life. I found joy in the small things. Mornings filled with solitude and reflection, kettles that whistled just for one, and quiet evenings that embraced me without the residue of lies. My friends, those true companions who had stood by through the storm, crowded my new space with warmth and laughter, stitching together the ragged edges left by divorce. The confidence to love again didn't surge back overnight. It returned in soft whispers, gentle nudges from those who cared for me, reminding me that not all was lost in the realm of the heart. Sunday brunches became my excursion into social terrains, and casual conversations with newcomers sparked the tentative flickers of interest. As I settled into this reinvented life, I realized triumphant tales aren't only forged in the fires of vengeance, but also in the quiet resilience that builds the bridges to tomorrow. I was laying down the planks with each day that passed. Standing on the balcony of my new apartment, looking out at the city below, I knew that from these remnants of a life undone, I was ready to spin dreams anew. There was hope in the sunrise, and in its golden blaze, I found the promise that, come what may, there were better days ahead and perhaps, just maybe, a new love waiting just beyond the bend. My name is Abigail, and at 34, I had thought that marrying Martin, the kind 36-year-old manager of a local home improvement store, would signal the dawn of a rejuvenating chapter in my life. The world had felt like a promise, a tender possibility wrapped up in vows and the soft smile he gave me when he asked me to be his wife. When we got married, Martin moved out of his parents' house to join me in the 3-bedroom apartment I decided to take the plunge and purchase. It wasn't in the heart of the city, and it certainly wasn't a penthouse in some glossy luxury high-rise, yet it was perfect for us. The place was still fairly new, just 2 years old, affordable and comfortable. Martin never had opulent tastes anyway, or so I thought. As we both juggled our busy work schedules in the early days of move-in excitement, we soon found a delicate balance that allowed us to synchronize our days off. We even started planning our honeymoon, a delightful topic that often found its way into our evenings, filling the air with a kind of charged hope. Those were moments when gladness blossomed straightforwardly within me. I was truly glad I married Martin. But, like the slow pull of threads from a favorite sweater, the atmosphere in our new home began to unravel. My mother and sister want to come over to see our new home tomorrow, so I've invited them, Martin revealed one evening, nonchalantly breaking the news as if it were as common as commenting on the weather. I felt a flicker of annoyance at his failure to discuss the date with me first, and responded, "But tomorrow is your day off, Martin. I have to work. Didn't you think to ask me?" He dismissed it with a wave, proclaiming it was fine since they'd only be looking around the house, and I relented. Little did I know that the light of the next day would cast shadows on my trust in Martin's decisive character. The evening following Martin's family visit, I returned home after a long day at the university medical office to an unexpected symphony of laughter and clinking glasses. A pleasant aroma wafted from the living room, smells that promised a banquet I hadn't planned for. Stepping into the cluttered room, my eyes met the jovial faces of Martin, my mother-in-law, and sister-in-law, whose merrymaking unfolded around a table that groaned under the weight of food and drink. "What's going on?" I could hardly conceal my dismay. My mother-in-law raised her glass in a woozy toast, her greeting laced with good cheer, but devoid of awareness. "Oh, Abigail, you're home. Done with work?" She didn't notice the tension knitting my brow. My sister-in-law, more astute, attempted to disarm me with empathy even as she indulged in snacks. "Hey, Abigail, you must be tired. But isn't this place amazing?" Her comment concealed a probing fork. It was clear where the food had come from. Martin, my husband, was complicit in their casual plunder of our larder, shrugging off my question about dinner with the simplicity of a man who hasn't had to negotiate boundaries within his own home. "They had time, so why not dinner?" he said with a smile that would normally tug at my heart, if not for the simmering discontent within me. The situation began to dawn on me like a cold sunrise. They were using our groceries. The thought threatened to curdle the last reserves of my calm. The alcohol, the high-quality meats we took pains to select, even the snacks my sister-in-law treated herself to, they all came from our provisions. Their brazenness crested when my mother-in-law, perhaps emboldened by the wine, exclaimed with a mighty laugh, "If you have so much in the fridge, there's no need to add more. Who wants that hassle?" She declared it as though it was her right, unsettling me deep to my core. I could only muster a strained smile and a resolve to retreat. "I'll just take care of my portion, then." The response was feigned cooperation. I wasn't going to unravel at the seams. Not yet. But as I turned toward my room, the door slammed, a little louder than intended. The noise was an accidental cannonade, signaling an internal battle they couldn't possibly perceive. From behind the closed door, their whispers were just coherent enough to prick at my dignity. Is she always this rough? Will she break something in such a nice house? Martin's agreeable voice endeavored to calm the waters. She's tired from work, that's all. I laid awake that night, the events of the evening playing in my mind like a discordant melody. Was this a one-off occurrence, or a herald of things to come? What next? The awaited honeymoon in Alaska seemed both a balm and a distant dream. As our honeymoon drew closer, the anticipation of Alaska's allure seemed to patch up the frayed edges of discontent that had threatened to spread within me. I clung to the belief that our getaways, just Martin and me, would keep the reality of domestic tension at bay. Our 3 nights in Alaska melded into the kind of perfection seldom found outside glossy travel brochures. We soaked in hot springs, marveled at the auroras, and indulged in local cuisine, ensuring our days were enshrined in joyful memories. Amidst this temporary escape, life was an untroubled stream, and with every reflection of the northern lights in Martin's eyes, I felt a flicker of the ease we'd shared before. Returning home, riding on the quiet high of our short-lived isolation, I was jerked back to reality with a troubling afterthought. Did I lock the bathroom window? I asked aloud, a distant concern since we lived on the 4th floor of an apartment that seemed secure against the world. It'll be fine, Martin nonchalantly assured me. My mother and sister are there. The words struck me like a bucket of ice water. What? Why are they at our place? I kept my voice as steady as possible, masking the rise of anxiety. Oh, didn't I tell you? He was the picture of equanimity as he explained they were to clean while we were away. Left unsaid was that he'd lent them our keys, deciding yet again without my input that our home was theirs to occupy as they pleased. I spent the rest of the journey stewing in silence. When we walked through the door, the scene before us eclipsed my worst imaginings. Another unauthorized festivity unfolded, surrounded by bags that suggested a more permanent stay. Oh, you're back? Did you enjoy your trip? My mother-in-law greeted us, her casualness an aggravating buzz in my ears. The anger in me begged for release. It seared through my veins, fueling a confrontation I'd long sought to avoid. Enough, what are you doing? Please go home. This is our house. The words erupted from me, a volcanic plea for them to recognize the sanctity of our space. My mother-in-law, tipsy from both alcohol and audacity, came back with a scorching retort. This is Martin's house, so there's no problem with whatever we, his family, do. Her daughter was quick to add to the conflagration, we should have more right to be here than you. The injustice of their words was the spark that set my restraint ablaze. I pay for this home, too. My voice was an unfamiliar battle cry as I claimed my ground. Then came Martin's voice, trying and failing to douse the flames. Hey, Abigail, don't talk to my family like that. We're all going to live here. The fighting words hung in the air, a challenge thrown down without my consent. And what about me, Martin? When did I lose my say? He shook his head, dispensing the final blow coldly. If you hate it so much, you can leave. There, in the heart of the battlefield, his directive became the banner under which I chose to walk away. I left with the knowledge that there was no turning back. The path forward was lonely but liberating. My days unfolded away from Martin and his family. They took their shape as I filed for divorce, sought counsel, and found solace in new beginnings. His world receded, a tale of 2 months told in unanswered calls and sent straight to voicemail. The day came when Martin's voice broke through the barrier, the desperation evident even through the receiver. Faye, what are you doing? Come back now, he pleaded. His panic hinted at underlying currents I hadn't directly witnessed but recognized. The careful facade he held, the financial stability that was more mine than his. I'm broke, he confessed. I'm drowning in debt. The truth of our married life was laid bare. Without my substantial contributions, he was left to flounder in a reality he couldn't afford, compounded by the excessive spending habits of his jobless relatives. The anger that Martin's situation sparked within me was a distant ember by the time the divorce papers arrived. It was time to confront the final chapter of our shared story. The day I returned to the apartment to gather my remaining belongings, I felt the weight of finality. Martin, pale-faced and anxious, attempted to salvage the shards of our fragmented life. Faye, you really saved me, he said weakly, a man grasping at straws. I'm already $10,000 in debt. Without you, it will only get worse. I could only manage a wry smile. The absurdity of the situation was almost laughable, if it hadn't been so pathetically sad. Then maybe it's time for your mother and sister to start working. 3 incomes are better than 1, I suggested, a mixture of genuine advice and exasperated retort. The suggestion landed like a boulder in a still pond. Aren't you going to help us out? Martin's disbelief was palpable, the expectation that I would continue to be their financial lifeline etched in every line of his face. The clarity of my resolve cut through the heaviness of the room. Why should I pay for your living expenses? It's your responsibility now. I said I'd consider helping, but I can't support those who won't even try to support themselves. Their protests were white noise as I focused on the practicalities, packing my belongings, signing documents, pulling away from a shared life that no longer recognized me as a part of it. Good luck, was all I could muster as I closed the door for the last time and drove away. Months dissolved into a past life, and I felt my world expand in ways I hadn't imagined while tethered to Martin's sinking ship. The money that once evaporated into an endless well now funded my passions and travels. My work at the medical office was invigorated, no longer a means to an end but a joy in itself. Then there was the doctor, the one who had lent a sympathetic ear through the tumultuous times. "You're really glowing recently, Abigail." His compliment was a bright note in a melody that had regained its harmony. Before long, we found ourselves entwined in a dance that was all new steps and laughter, my heart rediscovering its rhythm. In the company of this man who saw me, not the overstretched savior of a wayward family, but simply Abigail, I was rejuvenated. Martin's plight was a distant echo by then, a cautionary tale whispered by the wind. Though I sometimes wondered if he and his family had found their footing, I knew any compassion I felt was reserved for a version of them that had ceased to exist the day I chose myself over their chaos. Moving forward, life was full of possibility, an open book where every page was mine to write, unmarred by obligation or unwelcome intrusion. It was liberating, joyous, and wonderfully mine. I stood in the grand living room of the Harrisons, feeling like a misplaced piece in an elaborate puzzle. The high ceilings, adorned with crystal chandeliers, seemed to amplify the distance between me and them, not just in space, but in everything else that mattered. Victoria Harrison, my future mother-in-law, was the epitome of grace and poise, moving through the room like a queen amongst her subjects. But her eyes, sharp and discerning, had always lingered on me with an unspoken disapproval. I often wondered if it was my simpler background or something else about me that she found so distasteful. Michael, my fiancé, squeezed my hand reassuringly as if sensing my discomfort. He whispered, "Don't let her get to you, Emma. You're perfect as you are." But his words, though comforting, couldn't shield me from what was to come. As the evening wore on, the guests mingled, sipping champagne and sharing laughs. I tried to blend in, but my attempts felt increasingly futile. Then Victoria approached me, her gaze cold and unyielding. "Emma, dear," she began, her voice laced with feigned sweetness, "you must understand, some pieces just don't fit, no matter how much you want them to." Her words stung, more so because I knew what she meant. I wasn't like them, not in upbringing, wealth, or status, and in her eyes I never would be. I felt Michael's grip tighten on my hand, his jaw clenched. He had always been caught in the middle, torn between his love for me and the expectations of his family. As Victoria glided away, leaving her words hanging like a dark cloud, I realized this was just the beginning. The battle lines were drawn, and I was the unwanted soldier in a war I never wanted to fight. The engagement dinner for Charlotte, Michael's sister, was in full swing. The room buzzed with conversation and laughter, the air filled with the scent of gourmet dishes yet to be served. I tried to stay at the periphery, nursing a glass of wine, hoping to avoid any unwanted attention. Charlotte was radiant, her happiness infectious, even to me. I couldn't help but feel a pang of longing, wishing for a moment of such uncomplicated joy with Michael. But our relationship was never just ours. It was always under the scrutinizing gaze of the Harrisons. As the evening progressed, the wait for dinner seemed to stretch endlessly. To pass the time, guests mingled, moving in and out of groups. I found myself in a conversation with Thomas, Charlotte's fiancé, and another gentleman I barely knew. The topic was innocuous, something about a recent art exhibition. When the other gentleman excused himself, Thomas and I continued our chat. He was easy to talk to, and for a brief moment, I forgot the eyes that constantly judged me. That was my mistake. Victoria's sister, Eleanor, saw us. Her eyes narrowed, and before I knew it, she was off, presumably to fetch Victoria. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Victoria approached us with a practiced smile that didn't reach her eyes. "What's so amusing here?" she asked, her tone suggesting that whatever it was, it couldn't possibly be appropriate. Thomas, oblivious to the undercurrents, cheerfully shared the topic of our conversation. But I could see in Victoria's eyes that she had already made up her mind about what she thought was happening. The evening spiraled from there. Victoria whispered to Charlotte, her words like venom, spreading doubt and suspicion. She painted a picture of me as a flirt, a woman who couldn't be trusted, even suggesting that Thomas and I were sharing more than just conversation. I watched in horror as Charlotte's face fell. The joy of the evening was replaced by a cloud of mistrust. Michael tried to defend me, arguing that it was all a misunderstanding, but the damage was done. The family I had hoped to call my own now looked at me with cold eyes, judging me for a crime I hadn't committed. The label of homewrecker was thrust upon me without a trial, and I stood there, helpless, my character assassinated by the woman who should have been my future mother-in-law. The days following the engagement dinner were like navigating through a minefield. The once warm and inviting Harrison home now felt cold and hostile. Charlotte, whom I had considered a friend, avoided me, her eyes filled with hurt and suspicion. The rumor had spread like wildfire, not just within the family, but among our circle of friends. I was labeled a seductress, a woman who would stoop to any low to secure her place in the Harrison dynasty. Every polite smile, every friendly conversation I had ever had was now being reinterpreted through this malicious lens. Michael was my only solace during this storm. He stood by me, unwavering in his belief in my innocence. But even his support couldn't shield me from the glares and the whispers that followed me around. I felt isolated, a pariah in a world I had never fully been accepted into. The weight of the accusations bore down on me, crushing my spirit. I began to question myself, wondering if I had inadvertently given the wrong impression, if I was somehow at fault for this misunderstanding. Then came the message from Charlotte. She wanted to meet, just the two of us. A part of me dreaded the confrontation, but another part clung to the hope that I could somehow fix this, that I could make her see the truth. As I prepared for the meeting, I knew I had to tread carefully. Directly accusing Victoria of lying would only alienate Charlotte further. I had to be subtle, to help her see the pattern of manipulation that her mother was so adept at. The meeting was set in a quiet cafe, away from prying eyes. I arrived early, my hands shaking slightly as I clutched my coffee cup, waiting for Charlotte to arrive. This was my chance to clear my name, to salvage what was left of my relationship with Michael's family. But deep down, I knew it was about more than that. It was about reclaiming my dignity, my self-worth. As Charlotte walked in, our eyes met. Gone was the warmth we once shared, replaced by a guarded wariness. The next hour would determine much more than just the fate of our relationship. It would be a test of my strength, my resolve, and my ability to stand up against the unfounded prejudices that threatened to tear my world apart. The cafe was quaint, a stark contrast to the opulent world of the Harrisons. As Charlotte sat across from me, her fingers nervously tapping on the table, I could sense the tension emanating from her. She was torn, caught between loyalty to her family and the remnants of our friendship. "Emma," she began hesitantly, "this situation is complicated. I want to believe you, I really do. But my mom, she seemed so certain." Her words hung in the air, a testament to the influence Victoria wielded over her children. I took a deep breath, choosing my words with care. This wasn't just about clearing my name, it was about helping Charlotte see the truth. "Charlotte, I understand your position," I replied, my voice steady. "But you know me. Have I ever given you any reason to doubt my character, my intentions?" She looked down, a frown creasing her brow. "No, you haven't. But my mom, she wouldn't lie about something like this, would she?" The question was loaded, a delicate balance between truth and tact. I think sometimes people see what they want to see, I said softly. And maybe, just maybe, your mom saw a chance to push me away, to protect what she thinks is best for the family. Charlotte's eyes met mine, a flicker of realization dawning in them. You think she made this up because she doesn't want you with Michael? I nodded, gently. I can't tell you what to believe, Charlotte, but I can ask you to consider the possibility. Has your mom ever done something like this before? Perhaps not as extreme, but something that shows her need to control? She was silent for a moment, lost in thought. Then, slowly, she began to speak. She talked about her mother's subtle manipulations, the way she would steer conversations and opinions to suit her agenda. As she spoke, I could see the walls of denial beginning to crumble. Our conversation continued, moving from the incident at the dinner to broader reflections on family dynamics and expectations. It was a cathartic experience for both of us, a chance to air grievances and misunderstandings. As we parted ways, Charlotte's final words stayed with me. I'll think about what you said, Emma. I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions. Maybe we need to look at things differently. Walking away from the cafe, I felt a glimmer of hope. The road ahead was still fraught with challenges, but perhaps this was the first step towards mending broken bridges. The fight for my place in Michael's life and in his family was far from over. But for the first time in a long while, I felt like I wasn't fighting alone. In the weeks that followed my meeting with Charlotte, the atmosphere in the Harrison household subtly shifted. Charlotte's demeanor towards me softened, a sign that our conversation had sparked a change. However, Victoria's coldness remained as impenetrable as ever. An opportunity to address the lies head-on presented itself unexpectedly. The Harrisons were hosting a charity event, and as Michael's fiancée, I was obligated to attend. I knew this event would be crucial. It was my chance to confront the situation without directly accusing Victoria. As guests mingled in the lavishly decorated ballroom, I found myself in a conversation with a small group that included Victoria and some of her close acquaintances. The topic of trust within families came up, a subject too apt to be a coincidence. I believe trust is the cornerstone of any healthy family, I said, my gaze meeting Victoria's for a brief moment. Without it, we're just strangers living under the same roof. Victoria smiled thinly, catching the hidden barb in my words. Of course, Emma, but trust must be earned, and once broken, it's not easily repaired. Her words, laced with insinuation, were a clear reference to the rumors she had spread. I felt a surge of anger, but maintained my composure. That's true, I replied evenly. But sometimes misunderstandings happen. What's important is being open to the truth, even if it's not what we initially believed. The conversation around us continued, but the message was clear. We were engaged in a silent battle, a war of words and implications. While I couldn't outright accuse Victoria without causing a scene, I had made my stance clear. As the evening progressed, I noticed a few guests glancing at me with curiosity rather than judgment. It seemed that the seeds of doubt I had planted were beginning to sprout. The truth was a powerful weapon, and I had wielded it with precision. But the victory, if it could be called that, was bittersweet. I knew that Victoria would not give up easily. The fight for my place in Michael's life was far from over. But I had made a statement that night. I wasn't going to be a passive victim in Victoria's game of manipulation. As Michael and I left the event, his hand in mine, I felt a renewed sense of determination. The road ahead would be challenging, but I was ready to face it head-on. The lies and deceit would eventually unravel, and when they did, I would be standing strong, vindicated by the truth. Time has a way of unraveling the most intricate of lies, and, in the weeks that followed the charity event, the undercurrents within the Harrison family began to change. My relationship with Charlotte had improved significantly, and through her, I started to see a shift in the family's perception of me. It was at a casual family gathering where I felt the first real signs of change. The atmosphere was lighter, and conversations flowed more freely. I was cautiously optimistic, but still acutely aware of Victoria's lingering disapproval. During the gathering, I had a chance to speak with some of the family members who had initially been swayed by Victoria's narrative. As we talked, I realized they were seeing me in a new light. There were no overt apologies, but the change in their demeanor was apology enough. What surprised me most, however, was a conversation with Michael's cousin, James. He pulled me aside, his expression serious. "Emma, I need to tell you something," he began. "I overheard my Aunt Victoria talking to Eleanor a while back. They were plotting, saying things about you, about how to keep you away from Michael." His revelation was a shock, yet not entirely unexpected. It was the confirmation I needed, undeniable proof of Victoria's manipulations. "Thank you for telling me, James," I said, my mind racing with the implications of this new information. As the gathering continued, I couldn't help but feel a sense of vindication. The truth was finally coming to light, and with it, the possibility of a new beginning. But I also knew that this revelation would have its consequences. Later, in the privacy of our home, I shared James's revelation with Michael. He was furious, his sense of betrayal by his mother palpable. "I can't believe she would go this far," he said, shaking his head in disbelief. "We need to confront her, Michael. She can't keep doing this," I replied, my resolve firm. We decided to plan a family meeting, a confrontation where everything would be laid out in the open. It was a risky move, but it was time to end Victoria's reign of manipulation and deceit. The night before the meeting, I lay awake thinking about the journey that had brought me to this point. It had been painful, filled with trials and tribulations, but it had also made me stronger, more resilient. I was ready for whatever the next day would bring. The truth was on my side, and it was time for it to be heard. The day of the family meeting arrived, a day that would either mend or irreparably fracture the Harrison family. The air was thick with tension as we gathered in the living room, the same room where I had felt so out of place months ago. Michael and I sat together, a united front against the storm that was about to unfold. Across from us, Victoria sat, her composure impeccable as always, but I could sense a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Michael took the lead, his voice steady but charged with emotion. "We're here because there are things that need to be addressed, truths that need to be spoken," he began, his gaze sweeping across the room. "Emma has been accused and judged unfairly, and it's time we clear the air." The room fell silent, every eye fixed on us. I took a deep breath and shared James's revelation, the words heavy with the weight of betrayal. As I spoke, I watched Victoria's facade crack, her mask of aristocratic poise slipping for the first time. The reactions around the room varied. Some were shocked, others seemed to have expected such deceit. Charlotte looked at her mother, hurt and confusion written across her face. Victoria, now cornered, tried to defend herself. "I did what I thought was best for this family," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "You don't understand what's at stake." "It's not about the family, Victoria," Michael interjected, his disappointment clear. "It's about control, about you not accepting Emma." The discussion that followed was intense and emotional. Accusations and confessions poured out, opening old wounds but also paving the way for healing. Victoria, once the puppeteer, now looked diminished, her schemes laid bare for all to see. As the meeting drew to a close, there was a sense of catharsis in the room. Some bridges were mended, while others remained fragile. But the most significant outcome was the shift in how I was viewed by the family. The label of homewrecker was gone, replaced by a newfound respect and acceptance. Victoria's reign of manipulation had ended, her tactics exposed and denounced. It was a triumph not just for me but for the entire family, a chance to rebuild on a foundation of truth and understanding. As Michael and I walked back to our car, he wrapped his arm around me. "I'm proud of you," he said, his words filled with love and admiration. I smiled, feeling a sense of achievement. The road ahead would still have its challenges, but for now, I had triumphed over the lies and deceit. I had reclaimed my dignity, and in doing so I had changed the dynamics of the Harrison family forever. The seasons changed, and with them, the Harrison family slowly transformed. The engagement dinner that had once been a stage for scandal now seemed like a distant memory, a dark chapter come to a close. In the warmth of the Harrison home, once more gathered for a celebration, I couldn't help but reflect on the journey that brought us to this moment. The room was filled with laughter and conversation, a stark contrast to the events that had unfolded months prior. Charlotte, now married and happier than ever, shared a tender glance with Thomas, their unity unmarred by past rumors. Even Eleanor, once an unwitting accomplice in Victoria's schemes, approached me with a shy smile and a heartfelt apology. As for Victoria, the matriarch who had orchestrated so much pain, her presence was subdued. She was no longer the queen of her domain, but rather a spectator in her own home. Her attempts to regather the shattered pieces of her influence were met with a quiet but firm resistance from the family she had once controlled. Michael held my hand as we mingled, his pride in me evident in the way he introduced me to new faces and old friends alike. Our bond had strengthened in the crucible of his family's drama, tempered by the trials we had faced together. "Emma," he said, as we found a quiet moment by the window, "I can't believe we made it through all of this." I turned to him, my heart full. "We did it together," I replied. "And look at us now, stronger and more united than ever." The future that lay before us was one of hope and possibility. The Harrisons, once a family divided by class, deceit, and manipulation, had begun to heal. For my part, I had carved out my place among them, not as an outsider, but as a cherished member of the family. As the evening continued, I found myself lost in thought. The struggles I had endured with the Harrisons had taught me more about myself than I could have imagined. I had learned to stand up for what was right, to fight against injustice, and to trust in the enduring strength of love. The final conversation of the evening was with Victoria, a moment I had anticipated with a mix of anxiety and hope. As we stood together, an unspoken truce settled between us. "Emma," Victoria said, her voice softer than I had ever heard it, "I was wrong about you." The admission was brief, a mere whisper against the backdrop of celebration, but it was enough. It was the epilogue to our shared story, an acknowledgement of change and the promise of a better tomorrow. The Harrisons would move forward, with me as an integral part of their legacy. And as the last guests departed, the candles casting a soft glow on the now empty room, I realized that this was truly a new beginning, a beginning filled with respect, understanding, and most importantly, a family united, not just by blood, but by a shared journey through darkness into the light. What about family? You parade around with Sarah, while your real family is cast aside like yesterday's news. Where's your loyalty, Liz? Her words were like venom, dripping with judgment and a twisted sense of righteousness. My name is Elizabeth, but most people call me Liz. It was a chilly December morning, the kind that whispers of the holiday season and its joys. My husband Michael and I were preparing for my company's Christmas party that evening. Amidst the aroma of hair dye and the steam from Michael's shower, I found a moment of peace, a rare commodity in our bustling household. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. A text from Mrs. Harrow, my mother-in-law, announced her imminent arrival. She was always one for surprises, but today her timing couldn't have been worse. I glanced at the clock, 10:45 a.m. She'd be here in less than half an hour. As I hurried to rinse the dye from my hair, I heard the front door open. Harrow entered, her presence as commanding as ever. Her eyes darted around, landing on the absence of my younger son, Alex. "Where's Alex?" she demanded, her voice laced with irritation. I explained calmly, "He's with Sarah, my best friend. They're out Christmas shopping, and she's watching him overnight so Michael and I can enjoy the party." Mrs. Harrow's brow furrowed, her displeasure evident. "Every time I want to do something with him, he's with Sarah," she accused, her tone rising. I tried to maintain my composure. "Mom, Sarah and I like to take Alex on little adventures. Michael knows where we are, and he enjoys his quiet time. It works for us." But Mrs. Harrow was not one to be appeased easily. She launched into a tirade about the importance of family, especially during Christmas. Her words were like daggers, accusing and sharp. That's when Daniel, my older son, entered the room. At 20, he carried the air of someone who had seen the world through eyes too wise for his age. He had been at odds with Mrs. Harrow's conservative views, finding them bigoted and narrow-minded. "I won't be at your house on Christmas Day," Daniel stated firmly, his voice steady. Mrs. Harrow's face turned a shade of red I hadn't seen before. The argument escalated, with Daniel remaining unyielding in his stance. "No, I am not going," he repeated, his resolve unshaken. As I stepped into the fray, trying to remind Mrs. Harrow of the boundaries we had set as a family, she seemed to lose all semblance of control. "Why can't you just be there?" she pleaded, her voice cracking with emotion. Her question brought back painful memories. 3 years ago, Jenna and Richard, my sister-in-law and her husband, had punished Alex, then just 6, without our consent. It was an incident that left deep scars, not just on Alex, but on our entire family. I tried to explain, to make her understand why we had set these boundaries, but it was like talking to a wall. Mrs. Harrow was not one to respect limits, let alone understand them. As I stood in my kitchen, dye-stained towel wrapped around my head, I faced Mrs. Harrow's wrath. Her anger was like a storm, unpredictable and fierce. "It's always Sarah this, Sarah that. What about family?" she exclaimed, her voice rising with each word. I tried to reason with her. Sarah is family, in a way. She's been there for us, for Alex. It's not about choosing her over you, I explained, striving to keep my voice even. Mrs. Harrow was relentless. "You're excluding us, your own family. It's Christmas, Liz. The time for family to be together," she argued, her eyes flashing with a mix of anger and hurt. It was a delicate balancing act, one I had been performing for years. My husband Michael and I had different ideas of leisure. He was a homebody, content with his hobbies and friend group, while I thrived on activities and excursions with Sarah and Alex. This arrangement, though untraditional, worked perfectly for us. Michael knew he could always join us, and he was happy with the arrangement. However, Mrs. Harrow saw it differently. To her, our lifestyle was a deviation from the norm, a rejection of family traditions she held dear. Her tirade shifted towards Christmas plans. "You're not making plans with Sarah for Christmas, are you?" she questioned, her tone accusatory. I reassured her, "No, we have no plans with Sarah for Christmas." But the backstory ran deeper. Michael's sister Jenna and her husband Richard had created a rift in the family, one that went beyond mere disagreements. Their actions towards Alex 3 years ago were inexcusable, a breach of trust that we could not overlook. They had taken it upon themselves to discipline him, misunderstanding his energetic nature as a sign of misbehavior. As a mother, my priority was Alex's well-being. Michael and I believed in guiding him with understanding and empathy, especially considering his ADD. We had worked hard to create an environment where he felt supported and loved, not judged or punished unjustly. The room filled with tension, each word from Mrs. Harrow amplifying the divide between us. She failed to see the harm her daughter and son-in-law had caused, blinded perhaps by familial loyalty or societal norms. I remained seated, trying to maintain a semblance of calm in the face of her increasing agitation. Her small frame seemed to grow with her anger, as she loomed over me, demanding an explanation, a compromise, anything that would fit her narrative of a perfect family gathering. But some boundaries, once crossed, cannot be mended so easily. The air in the kitchen was thick with tension, a stark contrast to the festive decorations adorning the rest of the house. Daniel stood there, embodying the defiance of youth, his eyes locked with Mrs. Harrow's. He was a young man coming into his own, unafraid to stand up for his beliefs. "I've told you, Grandma, I'm not comfortable with your views. I won't pretend for the sake of a holiday," he said calmly, his voice resolute. Mrs. Harrow's face contorted with disbelief. "You're being disrespectful, Daniel. It's Christmas, a time for family to come together, regardless of differences," she retorted, her voice strained. Daniel's stance was unwavering. He had always been sensitive to issues of bigotry and discrimination, and the narrow-mindedness of some family members was something he could not overlook. "Family doesn't mean tolerating hate," he replied. Mrs. Harrow seemed taken aback by his directness. "We're your family, Daniel. How can you turn your back on us?" I watched the exchange, torn between admiration for Daniel's courage and concern for the escalating situation. The conversation was a culmination of years of suppressed disagreements and conflicting worldviews. The plan had been to visit Mrs. Harrow's on Christmas Eve for a few hours, maintaining a semblance of family unity while staying true to our values. But Daniel's outright refusal to attend any gathering at her house on Christmas Day was a line drawn in the sand. Mrs. Harrow turned her frustration towards me. "Liz, talk some sense into your son. He's tearing this family apart," she pleaded. But how could I? Daniel's convictions were a reflection of the values Michael and I had instilled in him, values of respect, equality, and tolerance. As I tried to mediate the situation, reminding Mrs. Harrow of our commitment to attend on Christmas Eve, she seemed inconsolable. Her vision of a perfect family Christmas was crumbling, and with it, her composure. "You're all ungrateful," she lamented, her voice breaking. After everything I've done for this family. The conversation was going in circles, with no resolution in sight. Daniel's stance, though painful for Mrs. Harrow, was a necessary assertion of his identity and beliefs. It was a stand against the prejudices that had long cast a shadow over our family gatherings. In that moment, the generational divide was more apparent than ever, a chasm widened by evolving social consciousness and rigid traditions. The confrontation in our kitchen had turned into more than a disagreement. It was a revelation of deeper wounds and long-standing conflicts. Mrs. Harrow's insistence on a unified family Christmas was laced with a denial of the issues that had driven us apart. I looked at her, trying to find the right words. "Mom, you know why we can't just be there," I said gently. "What happened with Jenna and Richard, it changed things." 3 years ago, during a family gathering, Jenna and Richard had decided to discipline Alex for his energetic behavior, a result of his ADD. They hadn't understood, or perhaps hadn't cared to understand, that Alex's liveliness was not misbehavior, but a part of who he was. They had taken it upon themselves to physically reprimand him, crossing a line that, for Michael and me, was sacred. The memory still stung. Alex, then only 6, had come to us, tears streaming down his face, confused and hurt by the actions of family members he had trusted. It was a breach of trust, an act that had fractured our family in ways that were still healing. Mrs. Harrow's face softened momentarily, a flicker of understanding crossing her features, but it was quickly replaced by a familiar stubbornness. "They were just trying to help. He needs to learn discipline," she countered, her voice firm. I felt a surge of protectiveness. "We do discipline Alex, but in a way that helps him understand and grow. We talk to him, help him regulate his emotions. We don't believe in physical punishment," I explained, my voice steady but firm. Mrs. Harrow shook her head, unable to accept our parenting style. "In my time, a little discipline never hurt anyone. You're all too soft on him." The conversation was going nowhere. Mrs. Harrow, set in her ways, could not see the harm that Jenna and Richard's actions had caused. To her, family was about sticking together, no matter what. But to us it was about respect, understanding, and empathy, values that seemed increasingly alien to her. The tension in the room was palpable. Mrs. Harrow's inability to acknowledge our pain, to understand our perspective, was a wall that seemed insurmountable. And as much as I wished for a harmonious family, I knew that some divides were too deep to bridge. The air in the room was heavy, charged with years of unspoken grievances and misunderstandings. Mrs. Harrow's insistence on maintaining appearances, on upholding a facade of familial unity, was crumbling under the weight of reality. As she continued to press for our attendance at the family Christmas gathering, I could feel the tension mounting. Daniel stood by, a silent sentinel, his earlier words still hanging in the air. Michael, hearing the commotion, emerged from the shower, his presence adding another layer of complexity to the already fraught situation. "I don't understand why you can't just show up. Is it so hard to be a family for one day?" Mrs. Harrow implored, her voice tinged with desperation. Her words struck a chord, but not in the way she intended. "It's not about just showing up, Mom. It's about respect, about acknowledging the hurt that's been caused," I replied, my voice steady but filled with emotion. In that moment, something in Mrs. Harrow snapped. Her face contorted with frustration and anger, and she raised her hand as if to strike me. Instinctively, I dodged, standing up from my chair, a mix of shock and defiance in my eyes. "Enough!" I exclaimed. "I won't let you guilt-trip us, not me, not my sons. We have our boundaries, and it's high time you respect them." The room fell silent. Mrs. Harrow's hand hovered in the air, a symbol of the breach that had just occurred. Michael stepped forward, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the emotional turmoil surrounding us. "Mom, you need to leave," he said, his voice firm but devoid of anger. "This isn't how we solve things in this family." The standoff that followed was tense. Mrs. Harrow, her pride wounded, her authority challenged, looked between us, as if seeing us for the first time. There was a moment, brief and fleeting, where I thought I saw regret in her eyes, but it was quickly masked by the familiar stubborn resolve. Without a word, she turned and left, the door closing behind her with a finality that felt symbolic. We stood there, a family united, not just by blood, but by a shared understanding of what was right and what was wrong. The encounter with Mrs. Harrow was a turning point, a moment where we chose respect and empathy over compliance and tradition. After Mrs. Harrow's departure, the house felt eerily silent, as if the walls themselves were absorbing the shock of the confrontation. Michael, Daniel, and I sat down, a collective sigh escaping our lips. It was a moment of reflection, a pause in the storm that had just passed through our home. "We did the right thing," Michael said, breaking the silence. His voice was calm, but I could see the turmoil in his eyes. Standing up to his mother was not something he took lightly, but the values we shared as a family were non-negotiable. Daniel nodded in agreement, a sense of maturity beyond his years evident in his demeanor. "I'm proud of us," he added, his words carrying a weight that resonated with all of us. I looked at them, my heart swelling with a mix of pride and sorrow. Pride for the stand we had taken, for the unity we had shown in the face of adversity, and sorrow for the family ties that were strained, perhaps irreparably so. "We've always known our family was different," I mused aloud. "But different doesn't mean wrong. We've built something special here, something based on understanding, respect, and love." The conversation shifted to the upcoming Christmas party, a welcome distraction from the day's events. Sarah would be joining us, a testament to the family we had chosen, the bonds we had formed beyond blood relations. "We'll have a good time tonight," I said, a smile tugging at the corners of my lips. "And we'll have our own celebration with your brother tomorrow, a small but meaningful gathering." As we talked, the tension began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of anticipation for the festivities ahead. It was a reminder that despite the challenges we faced, we had each other, a foundation strong enough to weather any storm. In that moment, I realized that boundaries were not just about keeping others out. They were about protecting what was important, about nurturing the relationships that truly mattered. As the day gave way to evening and we prepared for the party, I felt a sense of resolve settle over me. Our family, with all its complexities and imperfections, was a tapestry woven with threads of resilience, love, and a deep-seated understanding of what it meant to be there for each other, no matter what. The evening of the Christmas party arrived, a stark contrast to the day's earlier turmoil. As Michael, Daniel, and I stepped into the festive atmosphere, adorned with twinkling lights and merry decorations, a sense of relief washed over me. The laughter and music filled the air, creating a bubble of joy and escapism. Sarah greeted us with her usual warmth, her presence a reminder of the family we had chosen. She had been more than a best friend. She was a confidant, a sister in every way that mattered. Her understanding smile told me she knew of the day's events, yet her eyes spoke of support and solidarity. The party was a delightful escape, a chance to revel in the company of friends and colleagues. As we mingled, laughed, and danced, the weight of Mrs. Harrow's visit seemed to lift, replaced by a sense of freedom and belonging. Daniel, usually reserved, seemed to enjoy himself, his earlier confrontation with his grandmother a distant memory in the merriment of the night. Michael, ever the quiet observer, watched with a contented smile, his love for our little family evident in his gentle gaze. As the night wore on, my thoughts turned to the next day's gathering with my brother. It would be a smaller affair, but no less significant. It was a celebration of our own, a reflection of the values we held dear: respect, understanding, and unconditional love. The party came to a close, and as we headed home, the streets were quiet, the festive lights guiding our way. In the car, the silence was comfortable, reflective. We had weathered a storm, but in its wake, we found a renewed sense of purpose and unity. As I lay in bed that night, the events of the day replaying in my mind, I realized that our family's strength lay in our ability to embrace our differences, to stand up for what we believed in, and to choose love over conformity. Our Christmas would be different, but it would be ours, a celebration of the bonds we had nurtured, of the trials we had overcome, and of the love that held us together. In the end, that was what mattered most, the knowledge that we were there for each other unconditionally and without reservation. Our family, with all its quirks and challenges, was a testament to the enduring power of love, understanding, and the courage to stand up for what's right. I was rinsing a handful of cherry tomatoes when I heard my husband Charles's phone ring. The water ran over my fingers, an ordinary moment on an ordinary Tuesday evening, until his voice stopped me cold. He fell. How bad is it? Charles asked, urgency sharpening his tone. I turned off the tap, tomatoes forgotten, and listened. His father, my father-in-law, had taken a bad fall at my sister-in-law's place. Blood, confusion, the blare of an ambulance siren through the speakerphone. After he hung up, the following moments became a blur of incoming calls. 2 of Charles's siblings, then a call from his mother that he put on speaker. "You need to get here now, Charles." His mother's voice cracked like a whip. "Your father's waiting in the ER alone." "I can't, Mom. Anna's just had her eye surgery, and I've got the kids to look after," he replied, stealing a glance in my direction, his eyes apologetic. Silence. "Then there's your daughter. Can't she deal with it? Those kids aren't even yours, Charles. Your dad should be your priority." Her words hit like a gut punch. Our 4-year marriage and the kids we'd been raising together, her grandkids, dismissed in a single breath. I watched as hurt flickered over Charles's face, then hardened into resolve. "No, Mom, my family needs me here. And those kids, they have been mine since the day I chose to love them." There was steel in his words, a finality that silenced any retort. We knew hospital policy. Due to the flu season, the ER was on lockdown. No visitors allowed, no exceptions. And with the cold snap outside, waiting in the parking lot wasn't an option. His siblings were silent, their expectations for him to abandon his immediate family clear, even if they would never say it outright. Only his mother had voiced that cruel sentiment. Charles reassured his siblings that he'd get updates and arranged to pick his dad up when he was released. As he ended the calls, Charles turned to me and our eyes locked. A silent agreement. We were in this together, today and every day that followed. And though we hoped for his father's swift recovery, we knew that some wounds in our family went deeper than the flesh. Our evening moved forward with a tense normality. Dinners were made, homework was checked, and our daughter was picked up from her dance class. But beneath it all ran a current of impending change. The house was quiet after the kids went to bed, a stark contrast to the uproar from earlier. Charles and I were left alone with our thoughts, the echoes of the call with his mother lingering in the air like the remnants of a bad storm. I could see it in his eyes, the turmoil. "Your adult daughter can handle those things," his mother had said. "Those aren't his real kids anyway." The words hung heavy between us, a spectral presence at our kitchen table. Sitting across from him, I braced myself for the conversation. "Charles," I began, my voice steady though my hands were not. "What she said about the kids," he ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration and fatigue. "She's always been tough, you know that. But this, she crossed a line tonight." "Your face when she said it," I murmured, recalling the pained expression that had flashed across his face. "I've never seen you look like that before." Charles's gaze met mine, a silent storm behind his eyes. "Anna, I don't care what she thinks. My dad's fall doesn't change the fact that our family comes first. Those kids, our kids, they matter more to me than her approval." "But family is supposed to be there for each other," I countered, the advocate for reconciliation, even as my own heart balked at the coldness we'd been served. "You're right, but family doesn't just mean blood," he responded firmly. "Family means the people you choose to stand by, no matter what, the ones you sacrifice for, love, and protect. She may not see you and the kids as her family, but I do. That's all that matters." In that moment, I saw my husband not just as the man I loved, but as the pillar he truly was. Faced with the unthinkable, the stark dismissal from his own mother of the family he cherished, he stood unwavering. Silence settled as we took comfort in the strength of our bond, one his mother's words couldn't shake. We had each other, and we had our children, our family, built not on blood but on love and choice. I watched as Charles checked his phone again for any updates. His father was still being observed, now resting after receiving stitches for the gash on his head. Despite the tumultuous evening, a faint smile graced my husband's lips when he read his father was doing well. The moment was poignant, a clear declaration. We were still a family. And nothing, not harsh words, not cold judgment, and not even the frigid isolation his mother tried to thrust upon us, could tear that apart. The night waned, exhausting the silence until there was nothing left to do but retire and await morning's light. I lay beside Charles, watching the rise and fall of his chest as slumber took him. Sleep eluded me, though. My mind was a carousel of worry for my father-in-law and unspoken fears about the fractures in our family. Morning crept in like an unwelcome guest, casting a pall over what was once the sanctuary of our kitchen. The silence was oppressive as Charles and I prepared for the day, our gestures mechanical, the routine a mere echo of normalcy. It wasn't until the kettle whistled that we received the call from the hospital, relieving some of the tension with an update. My father-in-law had made it through the night, the doctors opting to keep him for observation due to the head injury, but noting his condition was stable. No visitors allowed. The voice on the other end reiterated it was policy, especially with the surge in flu cases. I glanced at Charles, noticing the wariness that had settled around his eyes. The isolation mandated by the hospital felt like an added insult, leaving my father-in-law to recover surrounded by the sterile white walls, devoid of the warmth of family. As we sat at the kitchen table, Charles broke the silence. "I'm going to call Dad," he declared, reaching for his phone with newfound determination. The conversation that followed was a mixture of relief and warmth. My father-in-law's voice, gravelly but still laced with his characteristic humor, filled the kitchen. "Ah, Charlie, don't you worry about me. Hospital food ain't my idea of a good time, but it'll do until they spring me out of here." Charles chuckled, a sound so needed and genuine it lifted the corners of my own mouth. "We've been worried, Dad," he admitted. "How are you feeling, truly?" There was a pause on the line, a softening. "Like a young buck," my father-in-law joked, but then his tone grew serious. "I'll be okay, son. Just keep taking care of those kids and Anna. You're doing right by them, you know that, don't you? They've been in my heart since the day you introduced them to me." The endorsement from his father, a man who'd never been one to express emotion freely, was a balm to the raw edges of Charles's spirit, and, by proxy, to mine as well. Through the sterile distance, his words reached us not as the necessary oxygen, but as the rarefied air of affirmation and love. That phone call didn't heal all wounds, but it did reinforce the notion that we were not entirely alone, despite the frigid policies and colder judgments from others. And while my father-in-law lay in that hospital bed, a discordant symphony of beeping machines his only company, he, too, knew his family was with him, in spirit, if not in body. We filled the rest of our day with mundane activities, as if by immersing ourselves in the simplicity of chores and errands, we could wash away the complexities of our situation. We were a unit, united and strong, and we resolved to stand as one, no matter what. Days blurred together as we waited for news of my father-in-law's condition, hoping each phone call would bring us closer to having him home. In the quiet between updates, doubts crept into my mind like unwelcome shadows. Over a cup of coffee one morning, Charles caught me staring blankly at the wall, my thoughts visible in the furrow of my brow. "Hey," he said softly, reaching for my hand. "Talk to me." I exhaled deeply, realizing the weight of my thoughts had become too heavy to shoulder alone. "It's just everything that's happened. It's making me see things differently. With your family, I mean. Your mom's words, the silence from your siblings, it's like now we know where we stand, and it's not where I thought." Charles squeezed my hand, his own concern visible. "I know," he murmured. "Believe me, I know. It's like a veil's been lifted, and now we're seeing the true colors of people I've known my whole life." We spoke candidly, the hurt and disbelief flowing freely between us. I shared my disappointment, especially regarding my sister-in-law. Our friendship had blossomed long before I married Charles, but now it felt like another casualty of the divide. "I just can't wrap my head around it," I admitted. "Karen and I have been close since we were kids. To think she's said nothing, done nothing." Charles let out a weary sigh. "It hurts, I won't lie, but maybe it's not just about taking sides. They're dealing with Dad's injury in their own way. We've got to focus on us right now." But the simple declaration did little to assuage the ache. His mother's stinging rejection and the quiet complicity of his siblings had left a mark on our lives. We were at a crossroads. The path we once walked together with Charles's side of the family had forked, urging us to tread carefully into what felt like uncharted territory. I couldn't help but wonder if we would only drift further apart or if there was some way back to how things used to be. As we got up from the table, a silent agreement passed between us. Our relationship with Charles's family might never be the same, but perhaps, in time, we could redefine it. Maybe we could build something new, not reliant on approval, but standing firm on the foundation of our unit. Our family, the one we chose every single day. The holidays were upon us, a time when festivity was supposed to overshadow all else. This year, however, the joy was muted, the lights a little less bright, and the carols sounded more like melancholic echoes of happier times. What was traditionally a gathering of merged families became a stark reminder of the rifts created in what felt like another lifetime. Charles and I had chosen to host a small, intimate dinner rather than the usual large family gathering. It was a step back, a protective measure for the emotional well-being of our family. The house was decorated with care, a facade of normality, but the undercurrent of strain was palpable. On the day when Charles's siblings arrived, there was a stiffness in their greetings, a formality that had never been part of our interactions before. We moved through the motions of the meal, exchanging pleasantries and the customary laughter, but it was like listening to a well-rehearsed play, every line predictable, no true emotion behind the words. Karen, my sister-in-law and once confidant, seemed especially distant. Occasional glances my way, which should have been comforting, only served as reminders of our now strained relationship. The bond we shared seemed reduced to nothing more than a shared history that we could no longer rely on. As Charles carved the turkey, his movements betrayed a slight tremor. It wasn't just from handling the knife, but from the weight of holding together a semblance of unity. Our children, keenly attuned to the shifted dynamics, were unusually subdued, their eyes often searching ours for reassurance. The conversations were forgettable, but one moment stood clear, when his mother offered a toast. "To family," she said, her eyes briefly meeting Charles's, "and to traditions that keep us together." The words should have warmed, but instead they burned. How could traditions bridge the gap when the foundation had crumbled? How could we speak of togetherness when her actions had so mercilessly shown us we were not truly part of the fold? Later, after the guests left and the lights dimmed, I found Charles standing by the window, looking out at the snow-blanketed world, a silent sentinel in his own home. As I approached, I understood that here stood a man torn between his love for his parents and siblings and his commitment to the family we'd created. The decorations gleamed dully in the background, a stark contrast to the warmth that typically filled our house during the holidays. The days that followed the holiday dinner were a quiet affair. The house returned to its usual routines, yet the air remained charged with the residue of unsaid things and unhealed wounds. My husband, usually the rock in turbulent seas, now wore a subtle cloak of sadness that no amount of cheer could lift. It was a few days post-holidays when Charles's phone rang, slicing through the silence of our evening. His mother's name flashed on the caller ID, and an involuntary tension gripped us both. He answered, her voice a faint murmur from the device. The conversation was brief, her tone softer, perhaps chastened by the seasoned spirit or the echo of her own words. "I've been thinking a lot," she had said. "I was out of line, Charles. I'm sorry." An apology so sought after now didn't carry the relief one would expect. I watched as Charles responded, his words measured. "Thanks, Mom, we just need some time, that's all." After he hung up, the space between us felt like a chasm that had suddenly shrunk. "She apologized," he said, almost to himself, as if testing the reality of what had occurred. We both knew it wasn't enough to erase the hurt, but it was a start. A door creaking open when we thought it might remain closed. It was clear that while his mother's words did not undo the damage that had been done, they laid the first stone on the pathway to rebuilding. Yet, the apology from his mother wasn't the only one we received. Karen, too, reached out, her message a mix of apology and explanation, a tentative offer to restore what had been broken down. It was my turn to sit with the words, weighing the possibility of a renewed friendship against the pain of betrayal. As the end of the year approached, we found ourselves in a reflective mood. Charles and I discussed long into the night what these gestures meant and how we should respond. The consensus was a cautious one, welcoming the chance to move forward, but with an understanding that our first commitment was to protect our family. The dynamics within the larger family had shifted, but we realized that it was within our power to shape how we let those changes affect us. Forgiveness was on the horizon, perhaps not immediate, but possible with time and genuine effort. Resolutions were made, not the New Year kind, but the kind that are etched into the framework of a family's principles. We resolved to let down our guard, but not our defenses, to approach with an open heart, but not with forgetfulness. And above all else, to ensure that the love within our walls was enough to sustain us through whatever lay beyond. Our story didn't end with the dropping of the ball or the stroke of midnight. It merely marked the beginning of a new chapter, one where the revelations of old wounds could guide the healing process. It promised a journey, not free from obstacles, but one we were ready to face as a family united.